Right, good afternoon and welcome to this meeting of Monmouthshire County Council on this Thursday, the 19th of September 2024, taking place here in County Hall at dusk. Right, do we have apologies for absence, please? I see one, Councillor Taylor.
Chair, may I give apologies for Councillor Simon Howarth, please?
Right, Councillor Howarth, thank you. Any more? Right. You will notice that this isn't James Williams sitting next to me. James has been unwell with COVID, and so Garrett here is taking his place as monitoring officer for this meeting. Although James is dialing in. Right. Thank you. Say again?
Apologies from Sue McConnell.
Oh, Sue McConnell was dialing in, so yeah, she's there. Right, yeah, okay, right, thank you. Right, Chair's announcement as noted, but Sue has asked me to just add one brief point. That her report refers to her going to the Eisteddfod Usk prison. While she was there, she saw a wonderful chair, Eisteddfod chair, that had been carved by one of the prisoners. She asked if at some stage in the future it could come down to County Hall to be displayed. Unbeknown to her, it did arrive on Tuesday, but proved to be too big to put in a suitable place. So it's now been recalled to prison, as they say, and hopefully will return. So if you see a wonderful Eisteddfod chair suddenly appearing in County Hall, you'll know what that is, and we'll put some comms out about it when that happens. Right, so take that as noted. Moving on then to item 4, the minutes of the meeting held on the 18th of July 2024. Are there any issues relating to the accuracy of the minutes? No, don't see any. Right, is it therefore your wish that, or I move that these be accepted as an accurate record of the meeting? Agreed? Yeah, no dissent. Right, item 5. We have a petition, and it's quite unusual for us to have a petition before us. So just to explain the procedure, a councillor, I believe it will be Councillor Lucas, will present the petition. Then it will be open for discussion. We have two alternatives really before us as to what to do. It has to be noted that this petition does involve executive functions. So we can either debate it and then leave it on the table at the end, which in effect means to take no action, or if somebody moves the necessary motion, it can be referred to Cabinet, who will then bring back a report to the appropriate body. So I've got a question from Councillor Brown.
Yes, I think Councillor Lucas is having a problem with connecting to the agenda, so if I could just present the petition, if that's all right, Chair.
Yep, I don't see any problem with that. So over to you then, Councillor Brown.
Yeah, this is to restore the night shelter in Monmouth. A petition to councillors of Monmouthshire County Council. We, the undersigned, are supporting There's No Place Like Home proposal to reinstate the night shelter based at Market Hall, Priory Street, Monmouth, under the management of churches in Monmouth Housing Group for the purpose of providing emergency temporary accommodation and out-of-hours advice and support to vulnerable people. Churches in Monmouth Housing Group had responsibility for the management of Monmouth Night Shelter until the COVID pandemic lockdown in 2022, when the building was taken back under the control of Monmouthshire County Council. Prior to the pandemic, churches in Monmouth Housing Group had provided furniture, equipment, kitchen, dining, etc. through fundraising and community donations. These resources are still stored within the building, but have not been used for nearly 4 years. Given the increasing level of hidden and recorded homelessness in Monmouth, it is a travesty that the night shelter building and resources are no longer used, forcing homeless and vulnerable people to sleep out on the streets, in subways and churchyards, or other unsuitable accommodation, for example, fleeing abusive relationships. Returning the management of the property to the churches in Monmouth Monmouth Housing Group would provide a much needed warm and safe accommodation at very little cost to MCC, as the night shelter was staffed by qualified volunteers. In addition, it would demonstrate community compassion, potentially reducing criminality, antisocial behaviour and restoring dignity and hope to homeless and vulnerable people. It was felt by the Place Committee that this would be better to be discussed at full council than actually referred to Cabinet, and the reason for this is that the expected response was that the Welsh Government policy is not to have night shelters, but it was felt that these were still needed as a stopgap between providing temporary accommodation for people who are out on the streets. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor. Yes, we will now give full council a chance to discuss the issue, but as I say, the legal position is, because it involves executive functions, it would have to go to Cabinet first before coming back either to council or to scrutiny. Right, so I've got a hand from Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks very much, Chair, and I'd like to thank the Churches in Monmouth Housing Group for bringing this petition to our council. It gives us all the opportunity to consider in public debate the homelessness situation in our county and our responses to it. When any person is in danger of being left in the street, losing a home, not having access to accommodation, there's a responsibility on all of us to act, and in the case of the council, it's a statutory responsibility. I thank Churches in Monmouth for the work that they have undertaken in supporting homeless people in Monmouth. They have, as the petition reports, previously provided a much valued night shelter at the Market Hall. This continued through to 2020. The petition indicates that they're seeking the support of the County Council to reinstate that night shelter. The night shelter arrangement ended alongside the onset of the pandemic. Throughout the UK, such shelters were closed down because it was not possible to safely accommodate people in the shared space of a night shelter. The pandemic coincided with the intention of Welsh Government, learning at the time from government in Scotland, with an objective to move away from what we might call shared space accommodation, hostel-style accommodation. The intention of Welsh Government, and I believe an intention shared at the time by the previous council, was that we should move away from such shared spaces to the provision of self-contained accommodation, away from hostel-style accommodation towards providing people who may otherwise be on the street with a room of their own, a platform from which they could rebuild their lives. Monmouthshire Council and Monmouthshire citizens, I think, should commend themselves on the progress that was made, both before the last election and since. Collectively, we've responded rapidly to a changing situation. We've provided an extra supply of safe and secure accommodation away from the streets. I commend the voluntary groups, the landlords, the council officials, the councillors, and Welsh Government for the manner in which we have changed the nature of the support so fundamentally and so rapidly. Since 2021, our portfolio of temporary accommodation has increased significantly. Our spending on providing temporary accommodation to homeless persons has increased from 800,000 to approximately 1.8 million. A very substantial increase, showing the commitment of this council and indeed Welsh Government, which has funded a significant part of that increase. The number of people that we are accommodating at any one time has increased from 155 in 2020 to 216 at the present time. There There is a suggestion that in not having returned to a night shelter style arrangement, that we have turned our back on the people in need. We've provided an alternative form of provision. I'll come on to the fact I don't think it's perfect, but we've certainly not turned our back on those needs. Is there still more work to do? Of course there is. The accommodation we're increasingly using is a step away from hostel-style accommodation of decades past, but it is not all of the quality that we would seek. The investments that we're currently making to repurpose the former residential home at Seven View in Chepstow shows how we can and will improve the accommodation that we provide. Is the accommodation all in the right place? No, it's not. Most of the accommodation is in the south of the county. Much of it is in Chepstow town centre. We do need to rebalance and find more accommodation in other parts of the county, in Monmouth and elsewhere. We need to repurpose buildings, we need to lease, we need to purchase. But do I think that the Market Hall should be repurposed as accommodation for providing single rooms for homeless people? I am not convinced that it is the right building. We need to appreciate that the Market Hall is currently designated for office space. The cost of refurbishment on such a large scale to the sort of accommodation that we would want, I think that that investment would gain a better return elsewhere in smaller scale properties in Monmouth town. I therefore take this opportunity of appealing to any Monmouth landlords or property owners who may be interested in assisting homeless households, either in partnership with the council or through the Monmouthshire Letting Service, to come forward, and we would be delighted to work with you. Do I think that there is a role for churches in Monmouth and other voluntary groups? Absolutely, I do. And I've been reflecting on this, and I think we've probably not reached out sufficiently to harness the energy and the creativity of such groups in recent years. Throughout the county, I would like us to include volunteers in complementing the ongoing housing support for the people that we are accommodating. We have, through the third sector, an array of professional support workers, and they're doing remarkable work. But I think that they could and should be complemented by groups of volunteers who want to work with these residents in need, providing opportunities to socialise, opportunities to be part of our communities, opportunities to gain the skills and confidence to move on, to make friends, to gain a tenancy in due course. So again, I thank the churches in Monmouth for bringing this petition to our attention. I offer to the Council the following commitment. I will, following this debate, seek to meet churches in Monmouth so that we can forge an agreement on how we can work together to find suitable accommodation and support the homeless people in Monmouth. Following such an engagement, I will report to the Place Scrutiny Committee the progress that has followed from that engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. I see Councillor Brown's got a hand up. I mean, you've already spoken in presenting the petition. I'm just taking advice. Yes? Yeah. That's fine. If you'd like to go ahead, Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you, and I very much thank Councillor Griffiths for the commitment to work with the churches in Monmouth on this important issue. But in what was said, there is an admission at the moment that there is a gap in terms of the need for temporary accommodation. My concern is that during the winter months, when it's really cold and people who are out on the street need somewhere to go as a stopgap, there isn't that temporary accommodation currently available. So I would at least like the Cabinet member to consider the possibility of at least doing this over the next coming winter period, so that there is at least something to cover that particular gap. I mean, I'm not aware necessarily of the situation in Monmouth. I can only go by people on the street I've spoken to in Chepstow, and I can remember speaking to somebody who was in a shop door there, and I said to them, you can go to the council to get accommodation, and the answer was there, yes, I've got an appointment coming up, but there wasn't an appointment immediately for them, which meant that they were out on the street for that time. And then another person I spoke to said, well, I'm not very keen on going into the temporary hotel accommodation that's being provided because of the concern about, obviously rumours or, whether they're true or not, I don't know, but concerns about drug usage and so forth. And I think from that point of view, it will be useful when there is a discussion to at least consider that stopgap to cover this period when, as admitted by the Cabinet member, there is a shortfall of temporary accommodation to actually cover these people so that they go into some accommodation. But obviously there can be a gap between when somebody gets an appointment and when they actually get into some form of accommodation, or they may not want the accommodation that's on offer for various reasons. So I think the policy of the Welsh Government is right in terms of the aspiration of providing proper accommodation as opposed to night shelters. But I do think there can be this gap, and particularly where there isn't that availability of accommodation on the council's point of view. So I hope that the Cabinet member can bear that in mind when he discusses this with the Monmouth churches. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Bond?
Thank you very much. Just want to reiterate what Councillor Brown's just said. There's a number of people in Caldicot that are homeless, and because they're outside of Monmouthshire, they are not, obviously, quite rightly, not first in the list for homes, so they find themselves in a difficult position living in tents and whatever. So I really applaud that. Thank you.
Thank you. No more hands at the moment. I've not seen a formal motion being put forward to refer it to Cabinet. It was implied in what you said, Councillor Brown. Do you wish to move a motion to refer it to Cabinet?
Yes, I think it would be useful for Cabinet to have a look at it again, and I think you've already said, Chair, that that's the way for it to go.
Yep. Okay, so I'll take that as a motion to refer it to Cabinet. Do I have a seconder for that?
Yes.
Councillor Lucas. Thank you. Are there any further comments on that, or can we move to a vote? No. I can't see any hands. Right, let's move to a vote on that then. The motion is that we refer the petition to Cabinet. I haven't got a voting thing up. Did it come up? We probably don't get it here. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Right, well, that is clearly carried with one abstention as far as I can see. So thank you for that. Right, moving on now to item 6, which is reports. Item 6A is a report by the Governance and Audit Committee, and that to be delivered, I believe, by our independent chair, Andrew Blackmore. Is Andrew online or with us?
I am indeed, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, I will take the paper as read, but draw out a couple of key points. Overall, the committee has discharged its responsibilities and has been effective in holding officers to account and also supporting them in making targeted improvements to elements of a control architecture. It will come as no surprise that as a result of the financial pressures being faced by the Council, the organisation is experiencing some operational strain, and that is being seen in the increasing number of audit reports of a limited opinion. Clearly, the senior leadership team have a critical role to play in maintaining control disciplines and ensuring that audit recommendations are implemented, and it's essential that that activity continues. Over the period, the committee has reviewed the central finance and internal audit functions, and in particular, whether each had a suitable organisational structure and were adequately resourced. Both finance and internal audit functions are undergoing restructures, which the committee welcomed, but I understand that neither of these restructures have been fully implemented as of yet. Of particular concern is the fact that we have still not appointed a permanent chief internal auditor. The committee believes this situation is disappointing and should be of concern to this council. I can see Peter Davis in the chamber and may suggest that the chair ask Peter to respond to my remarks, and then afterwards we can go to questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, I will ask Peter to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Peter Davis, Deputy Chief Executive, Council's Section 151 Officer. So yes, as Andrew has rightly referred, naturally expecting within his annual report reference to appropriate concerns, I think, by the committee around the need to have permanent appointments in place, both with the Chief Internal Auditor and some key vacancies that we've got within the finance restructure at the moment. And as Andrew and the committee well knows and understands, conversations that we are well advanced in at the moment and work that is underway to make sure that those recruitments are put in place in earnest. And when I say in earnest, I mean in the coming weeks and small numbers of months, and to make sure that we've got both the capacity and resilience in place for obviously what's ahead. So yeah, those assurances obviously have been made to yourself, Andrew, and the committee, as much as I've made them similarly to Cabinet as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Right, are there any questions? I've got a hand from Councillor Brockleby.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Council, I would like to thank Mr Blackmore Andrew for his chairing of the committee, and also all members of the committee, including the lay members, for the serious intent that they have given and the work that Andrew has done behind the scenes to ensure that the committee members feel well equipped to undertake their duties and responsibilities as members of that committee. I welcome the robustness of the scrutiny that has taken place. It has helped, as it should do, in ensuring that we as a council keep on track, that we are held accountable, and that we look at our systems and structures as well as our policies and implementation as we move forward. So thank you very much, Chair of Governance and Audit.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to endorse what Andrew said. We had a good discussion about his assessment of the performance of the committee. Everybody, including the lay members, were happy with it. This is a good committee. It functions well, and long may it continue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Chair. Might I just ask the Chair of the committee, I know that Peter Davies has suggested that the appointment of the permanent internal auditor and other key posts is well advanced, I think the words he used. But could I just ask the Chair of the committee, in his view, what are the kind of current risks, obviously because an appointment of that nature is not going to happen immediately, what risks he sees in the interim period? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I think the risks are twofold. One, I'm concerned about the uncertainty that the lack of this appointment is causing on the existing team within the internal audit function. And that has really sort of staff welfare ramifications. But more importantly, for me, it's about leadership and setting a tone within the council. We've been without a permanent chief internal auditor now for circa 18 months, and I think that's, I understand the reasons why, but to echo Peter's point, we need to make progress at a rate of knots to ensure that we have suitable candidates in place, certainly within the next 6 to 8 weeks. For me, that's critical, especially if I look on a prospective basis, the continuing financial challenges being faced by this council. And we need a strong, independent control risk professional to ensure that our control disciplines are maintained. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I see no more hands.
Chair, sorry, if I may, could I just ask that that's recorded in the minutes, because I think it's really important that we have that to refer back to as members. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think that's fine. That will be recorded in the minutes. Yes, I'm getting nods here. Thank you. Right, no more hands. Andrew, is there anything else you'd like to say by way of summing up before we vote on endorsement of the report?
No, thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks. Well, I just had my own personal comment as a member of that committee, just to thank Andrew both for his report today and for the clarity and efficiency with which he chairs that committee, which can be quite a technical one for those of us who are new to this game. So thanks very much, Andrew. Right, we'll take a vote now to accept that report. Right, that again is clearly passed with one abstention. Thank you. Moving on then to item 6B, which is appointment to an outside body, namely the Rachel Herbert Farm Endowment Charity, and I believe it's Councillor Sandal's duty to propose that.
Diolch, Chair. This is a very simple ask. The Council has received a request from the Rachel Herbert School Endowment Charity in Abergavenny to appoint a councillor to sit as a trustee on the newly revitalised charity. The charity operates wholly within the Growfield ward in Abergavenny, and therefore, logically, the relevant ward member would be the ideal appointment to fill this seat. Councillor Laura Wright is that member, and she has indicated her willingness to take up the seat, and therefore I recommend that this council approves this appointment. Diolch.
Okay, thank you. Is there any comment or in particular any dissent from what is that normal procedure? Everybody happy with that? Well, can we take that by, as I say, by acclaim then, rather than going to an electronic vote? All agreed? Yeah. Thank you very much, everybody. Right, moving on then to item 6C, which is to receive the self-assessment report. This is Councillor Brocklesby.
Hey, Jack. Just trying to strangle myself. Councillors, self-assessment is a way of evaluating critically and honestly how well we're delivering the objectives of this council as set in the community and corporate plan. Our absolute priorities are to tackle inequality and work hard towards decarbonising our county, working with and alongside our residents. The first 2 years of the administration has seen us develop the strategies and approaches we need to achieve this ambition. These include our new climate strategy, the local transport plan, preferred strategy for the RLDP, and the economy, employment and skills strategy. We've also developed enabling strategies for people, assets, finance, and our socially responsible procurement strategy. Together, these make sure all our resources are aligned with our purpose. With a clear direction set and building blocks in place, the remaining years of this term will see more progress being made against delivery. And self-assessment is one of the ways in which we can be held to account for what we achieve. My thanks go to the Performance and Overview Scrutiny Committee and Councillor Neil, whose input allowed us to refine this report. So thank you, Councillor Neil. It was reassuring that the committee agreed with the assessment scores set out in the report. Thanks once again are also due to the independently chaired Governance and Audit Committee and its chair, Andrew Blackmore. That committee has a statutory role to review the final draft of the assessment, and they were reassured, and I am reassured, about the effectiveness of the Council's governance and insurance arrangements. And you can read more about that process for producing the self-assessment in the cover report and from page 81 onwards of the assessment itself. I would remind Council this assessment has many audiences, including regulators, Welsh Government and the Future Generation Commissioner, and the level of focus is needed to ensure we rightly and satisfy them all. However, and most importantly, the audience that matters is, of course, our residents. You'll see we've included a short 10-page summary to make this more accessible. And this was one of the ways in which we've learnt from what we did last year in self-assessment and improved the way we've approached the assessment this year. So returning to those findings, those of us sat in this chamber know better than most the many hundreds of services that local authorities deliver. This evaluation cannot cover every single one of them. Instead, it's structured around the 6 objectives of the community and corporate plan. An evaluation score of between 1, unsatisfactory, and 6, excellent, has been applied to each of the 6 objectives for the year ending March 2024. 5 of these have been assessed as level 4, good, and 1, a green place, as level 3, which is adequate. I'd like to draw out a few highlights. We as a council want to see improved life chances for people irrespective of their income or background. It will take time for us to see the impact of our work. In the meantime, we have put in place solutions to mitigate the effects of inequality on our different groups of residents and people who work here too. We've reached 100% rollout of universal free school meals in primary settings, putting us in the top 3 councils in Wales. 6,064 children are taking up free school meals, and we will continue to work hard so that every learner in our primary schools takes up this entitlement. We've also developed a new food strategy that includes a commitment to increasing access to growing, buying and eating healthy, sustainable and affordable food. Working on the cost of living crisis, it has become ever more apparent the results we want only come when we work in close cooperation with our residents and partners. For example, working together to deliver poverty and benefit support and good, affordable household food via our family action clubs. We've shown our commitment to addressing climate change, developing a refreshed climate and nature emergency strategy. This is underpinned by 4 delivery plans on areas such as the health of our rivers. On climate and nature, a green place, we've assessed progress as adequate. The score is lower than we would like, but we have to be honest and realistic. It's a complex challenge, not one that we can do alone, nor do we. And unless there is an increase in public finances, reaching our net zero ambitions will be extremely challenging. We have, nevertheless, increased the percentage of our own vehicle fleet that is ultra-low emission from 8.4% to 10.2%. Last year, we delivered 70 new affordable homes, with 62 in the pipeline, and our first 100% affordable housing development now has planning consent in Caldecott. Through implementation of our rapid rehousing strategy, we have halved the number of households in bed and breakfast accommodation from 92 to 46, significantly exceeding our target of 75. We recognise that we are part of a global economy and have played an active role in the regional economic partnerships, including the Cardiff Capital Region City Deal, the Western Gateway Partnership, and the Marches Forward Partnership. These collaborations help us attract and retain innovative companies in sectors such as medical technology, for example, Creo Medical in Chepstow. We've seen an increase in the number of businesses in the county. We helped 165 existing and pre-startup businesses during the year, up from 55 in the previous year. And the latest figures show we have improved our ranking in the widely respected UK Competitive Index. I am, of course, not suggesting this is entirely down to the council, but it's a recognition that our county, despite the inequalities, is doing well. Along with Cardiff, we are the only area in the CCR region to appear in the top 100 of the competitive index. And our relative competitiveness measured by the index rose from 94.6 to 2019 to 96.3 in 2023. In social care, despite the enormous challenges and the increase in demand, we've delivered a 62% reduction in unmet care need from 804 hours to 306 hours per week. This is a quarter of the level it was back in 2022 when we took over the administration. We've also opened a new purpose-built specialist care home for people living with dementia at Seven View Park. A beautiful building and a model of care which is an exemplar in good practice for the whole of Wales. And I can certainly testify, as can Councillor Chandler, when we were at the opening yesterday, how much it is appreciated and I would say loved by the residents and staff alike. And it's something for which the whole council, because I would also like to recognise that this building, this concept, this different way of delivering care to dementia patients was started under the previous council, is something that the whole council can be justifiably proud of. We've invested over £1 million in our leisure centres and membership is now 20% above pre-COVID levels. And we've also moved in a direction of supporting the well-being of our residents, not only those who are leisure centre members, but also by working closely with our schools, with our youth centres, with places like care homes, referral, to ensure that we reach out and make those steps towards supporting every resident feeling they can grow and be empowered and feel a sense of belonging.
You're almost up to your 10 minutes, Councillor.
A moment. Okay. Okay, in education, secondary school attendance, as is well known, has not returned to pre-pandemic levels, either in our council or elsewhere. What we've done here is focused our understanding on barriers to learning, particularly for vulnerable pupils, and ensuring that well-being and suitable well-being support is available. There has been good progress on the development of the carbon neutral 3 to 19 school in Abergavenny. These issues will cover extensively by the Chief Officer report to Council back in July. Of course, as a scores a test, there are many areas for development. These are set out in pages 64
if we can
onwards.
wind up, please, Councillor.
Yes, where you can also see a progress update. What I've tried to do here is set out a balanced and transparent assessment of how we are doing against the priorities we have set. I'd once again like to thank everybody involved, the members of committees who shaped the development.
Can we finish now, Councillor? Yep.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
look forward to continue to work together with councillors, residents and businesses as we strive towards creating a fairer, greener, more successful council.
Thank you.
I commend this report to you and thank you very much for your patience, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. As you will appreciate from Councillor Brockleby's input there, this is a vast report covering massive areas of the Council's work. It's been through scrutiny, performance overview and governance audit, and as you heard, that's led to refinements to the report. So while we're going to take questions now, I would ask that we don't try to ask questions about every piece of minutiae of the million and one things that we do. Questions about why haven't we put more pothole repairs in Sevenside or something like this would not really be appropriate. It's about the process of the report and the body as a whole. With that in mind, Councillor Neil, your first question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Leader, for introducing the report. And I support the report as I did at Performance and Overview, and I can see that it is an area of reporting that is improving over the years. I therefore would make the following comments in the constructive way in which you've invited comments. And I welcome the intentions of the report and the work that has been put in by officers right across the Council in its own assessment of its services and its performance. Self-assessments, by their very nature, are wide open to the concern that they're written by the very people who run and deliver the services. So the very reasonable question arises as to what value we or our residents should place on these self-assessments, which gives rise to the question, is all that effort really showing the value that we would want to derive from it? If our health board, for example, assessed its own hospital services, would that look like the very concerning external assessments that we receive regularly? The same goes for all our public services, our schools, our police force, and so on. It's because the value of It's because the value of self-assessments is always going to be questioned that I have suggested for the last 2 years that the Council develops a reciprocal arrangement with officers from 1 or 2 neighbouring local authorities to get their views about our services, and vice versa. Surely the point of all this work is to learn how our services can improve, and such an approach could really help and cost nothing other than time. The part that begs the biggest question is not what is in the report, but what is not. And this is the biggest problem in the report for me. The biggest problem must surely be that the Council informed us in July that it has developed its very own financial black hole at an eye-watering scale of £35 million over the next 5 years, the biggest chunk of which is in the next 2 years. And clearly we do not have £35 million in reserves to address this giant problem. So in order that this black hole does not engulf all our services, the only course of action is major change to how we deliver services, how we transform not in 2 years, but last year, this year, and onwards. This is indeed what was referred to in the July financial update as an absolute priority for the Council, that we transform our operating model. And this self-assessment report has absolutely nothing to say about this. the most fundamental, existential issue facing our council. That is very striking, and its omission surely is a cause for concern for all of us, because none of us wish this council to fail. So why is this? Why no self-assessment about the progress that we need to be making in transforming with much less expenditure? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. I do apologise to people at home who apparently couldn't see Councillor Neil while he was speaking. I can assure you he is only too real. Don't worry. Thank you. I don't see any other hands. No, so back to you, Councillor Brockleby, to respond to that, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Neil. I can always rely on you to take us to the existential questions of the world. I'm sure we'll continue this discussion outside Council. There's 2 or 3 things I'd like to respond in that sense. One is, I think it's, thank you very much for your endorsement for most of the report and your recognition of the work of the officers. I take again your suggestion of reciprocal arrangements, and we can certainly explore that. I would say this existential black hole that we face is faced by every single council in the UK, an existential hole that was developed by 14 years of Tory chaos and mismanagement, and the way that has passed down a Barnett formula which has discriminated against the Welsh Government and our local authorities. We also inherited a very low level of reserves and an operating model which, while effective, was not prepared for the economic storm that was visited on us by the Truss budget, the Ukraine crisis, and the cost of living crisis that we've had to deal with as a council. We are, I believe, in a position where no matter how difficult the challenges are, as I have said, the ones that we face along with every other council, we are in a position, as our medium-term financial strategy shows, as the chair of the Committee of Governance Audit showed, there are some things we are working on now, but essentially our systems and structures are in place to allow us to weather the storm. And we will do together as a council, working with our officers. We face a challenge, undoubtedly, and you're quite right to bring that up. And you're quite right to continue the robust scrutiny that you do through the Performance and Overview Committee. And I would expect nothing less of you, Councillor Neil, and that committee. It is something that we as a council are in together over the coming months. And we will find ways through which preserves the intention of this administration, which preserves the priorities which we keep, but recognises that we will need to make difficult and challenging decisions, ones which do not send the council into a spiral, but ones which will allow us to continue operating in a direction that we wish to go, as we know, setting those operational foundations will allow us, when resources begin to flow again, as they will, to step up and be more and more ambitious. So thank you very much for raising that question. I think it is a timely one to raise. The self-assessment report is possibly not the place where you would discuss this, but there are other places that we do and should and will continue this debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We now move to a vote then to accept the self-assessment report. Again, that is clearly accepted. So we will move on to item 6D, which is our final report. This is on people with care experience. And Councillor Chandler, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As corporate parents, we strive to give the best possible care and support to the children we're looking after. And when our statutory responsibilities end, our moral responsibility for their welfare and well-being continues. Many of those who have experienced being in care are able to thrive as adults. The restorative support they receive helps them to overcome the traumas and challenges that brought them into care. But the experience of being in care and being looked after as a child will be unique to every individual, leaving a lasting legacy and influencing their life trajectory. For many people with experience of being in care, outcomes are much poorer than for the general population. So, for example, 25% of the homeless population are estimated to have care experience. Care experienced people are 3 times less likely to access higher education. And care experienced people have one of the highest pay gaps at over 25%. And also care experienced people are 70% more likely to die prematurely. Care experienced people report being stigmatised and discriminated against. When giving evidence in the Independent Review of Children's Social Care in England, care experienced people spoke of being refused employment and accommodation, and of assumptions being made about their potential educational ability or even about their parenting ability when they had children of their own. And that independent review report that was published in May 2022 contained a number of recommendations, and it included the recommendation that the UK government should extend the protected characteristics of the Equality Act to include care experience. Local authorities across the UK are also recognising the unique discrimination and disadvantage that people with care experience face, and the actions that can be taken by councils to help overcome these. And some of those councils have expressed this by adopting motions as treating care experience as if it were a protected characteristic. Turning to this council, there are already a number of measures in place within Monmouthshire Council that support care experienced people. These include, through its corporate parenting responsibilities, the Council considers the impact of its decisions on Monmouth's children who are being looked after, and that extends to the care leaver population up to the age of 25. Under the Social Services and Wellbeing Act, Monmouthshire care leavers are entitled to statutory support up until the age of 25, including advice, assistance, support and access to personal advisors. Monmouthshire care leavers have priority access to housing, and care leavers up to the age of 25 have 100% council tax exemption. And through its corporate parenting strategy and the corporate parenting panel, the Council seeks out the views and perspectives of care experienced people, encourages other bodies and partner organisations to recognise and address the disadvantages arising from having had care experience, and celebrates and promotes the contributions and achievements of those care experienced people. And while all those measures would remain, this report proposes 3 additional and tangible steps that would take us further in formally recognising and addressing the real and lifelong disadvantages and discrimination faced by people with care experience. We propose that care experienced people is added to the Council's integrated impact assessment, so that any impact of policy decisions on people with care experience is explicitly identified and taken into account when those decisions are made. In relation to recruitment, currently the Council guarantees an interview to individuals who have been in the care of the Monmouthshire County Council, provided they meet the selection criteria set out in the job description. It is proposed in this report that this be extended to all individuals who have been in the care of other local authorities. Finally, when setting and reviewing the Council's strategic equality objectives, it is proposed that the Council includes consideration of how it might overcome the disadvantages and discrimination experienced by care experienced people. The development of these proposals was initiated by care care experienced young people themselves in our regular engagement sessions with them. And they are fully supported by the Corporate Parenting Panel and by People's Scrutiny Committee. Any good parent would continue to have an interest in their child throughout their adulthood and to seek to promote and safeguard their lifelong well-being. And by recognising this extended duty in a proportionate way, we are helping to validate the experiences of those with care experience, including their childhood relationship with local government, and to publicly demonstrate that we are a council who takes seriously our responsibility as a corporate parent. So on behalf of the children we're looking after and all those in Monmouthshire with experience of being in care, I ask for your support for these recommendations. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor. First question from Councillor Penny-Jones.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Chandler. And as you've already said, through the Corporate Parenting Panel, the views of care experienced young people are fed back and taken into consideration. These are both positive and negative contributions, and it is important we listen to both and learn from the experiences to improve their future and the opportunities given, with positive life changes as a result. The recommendations in this report will improve the measures brought in by the previous administration by expanding the opportunities, especially to those outside the Monmouthshire County Council care system. Alongside, of course, it's already been mentioned, the integrated impact assessment and reviewing the strategic equality objectives. We owe it to the vulnerable young people who found themselves in care for whatever reason. And on a positive note, I urge you to Google, as I've already said in this chamber before, Brad Keller, K-E-L-L-A, winner of the piano, to witness the positive effects that intervention and help given to him whilst in care. He has recently played at the Royal Albert Hall and the Leeds Piano Festival and has just dedicated his latest single to, in fact, the carers who changed his life around. But he would have undoubtedly been in an institution or homeless had he not been rescued or left to his own devices at 7 years old, as he so eloquently states. By supporting these measures, we too can help shape lives, and we as a group support these recommendations. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I don't think there was a specific question in there, so I'll move on to other questioners, and you can come back to any response you want on that. So, Councillor Sandals.
Thank you. Again, Chair, it's not a question, it's a statement, really. Thank you, Councillor Chandler. I'd like to acknowledge, firstly, all the work that's gone into preparing for this report and recommendation by yourself and all the officers. As a member of MCC's Corporate Parenting Panel, and like everyone else here, a corporate parent, I've really enjoyed meeting with our care experienced young people who have been, as Councillor Jones has just said, very vocal in how their lot can be improved. And many had heard of Terry Galloway's campaign to make care experience a protected characteristic. And we've had regular discussions over this with the young people. As a council, we hope that by agreeing that care experience be added to our strategic equality objectives, will thereby ensure our care experienced young people are given the best opportunity to flourish in life, to live full, happy, healthy and productive lives, and are given the same chances that young people being brought up by their biological families usually have. Over 100 councils throughout the UK have now taken this on board in one form or another, and as a foster carer, I hope that one day care experience will one day be added to the list of protected characteristics by law. I welcome this recommendation and hope we accept them. Diolch.
Thank you, and we'll move straight on to Councillor Jackie Strong.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to sort of duplicate what fellow colleagues have said, but I would also like to endorse this move by the council. I too am a member of the corporate parenting panel, and it's been a joy and also a challenge at times to meet the young people, to hear their views, and to be, to be challenged as a local representative, really. Earlier today, I was scrolling through Twitter and came across a guy called Chris Wilde, and like Penny, I would urge fellow councillors to look him up. He's also care experienced. He's also part of the campaign that Change is coming to actually change the Equality Act to include care experienced young people and adults. I really think that this is a way of acknowledging to us as fellow corporate parents that experienced care experienced young people do have challenges as part of being looked after or in care and getting through to adulthood. Some of the stats are quite horrifying. 70% of those people die prematurely. They're overrepresented in prisons. They don't achieve in higher or further education, and anything that we can put in place that actually both acknowledges that and supports them into their adulthood has got to be a good thing. So I really welcome the fact that any decision that we make as a council, we have to consider as part of the equality impact assessment that we look at some of those issues. So thank you, and thank you to the Cabinet member for bringing this to council this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. I think you've been given an easy time there, Councillor, endorsements rather than challenges, but give you a chance to respond.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I'll just be very brief, but I just really wanted to thank members for the support across the chamber, and particularly want to thank members of the corporate parenting panel, both elected members and officers who work diligently to develop and support and really maximise the support that we can give to the people that we have responsibility for, children who are being looked after and care experienced young people. It's a really heartwarming group, but as Councillor Jones said, sometimes challenging the feedback that we get, but it's really a healthy challenge, and it's really good. So thank you very much for members that, and really just assuming that we're going to endorse this proposal, I just think it's an opportunity also just to pay tribute to all of those people in our county that have care experience, and to encourage them and for them to know that we're behind them and we're in solidarity with them, and we'll support them in any way we can. So thank you very much.
Right, thank you. So we move to a vote to approve that report, please. Again, that's carried unanimously, or certainly NEMCON, so thank you. Right, we'll move on then to item 7, motions, and item 7A from Councillor Francis Taylor. I think I have to ask if we have a seconder first, don't we? Do we have a seconder? We have a seconder, Councillor David Jones. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I wanted to bring forward this motion, even though it relates specifically to Mega Surgery, because access to primary care services is important for everyone we collectively represent. Equality, fairness and a fair place to live, where residents have better access to council services and support needed to live a healthy life, is a key part of this council's corporate plan. One appreciates that all public services, as we've just heard about our own council, face significant pressures and challenges. However, there are a couple of key points, I think, enshrined in this particular motion. If there are to be changes to vital public services, then it is a core principle that people should be aware of those proposed changes, that they should be able to engage and have the opportunity to participate. Secondly, that any public body proposing changes must have due regard to the public sector equality duty as set out in the Equality Act. I personally found out only by complete accident that Greyhill Surgery had applied to an Erin Bevan Health Board to close Mega Surgery, not only in the afternoons, but completely all day on a Friday. It appears that the Health Board's current or change to service provision policy considers that these changes, or rather curtailment of opening hours, and in this case it takes it from something like 34.5 hours a week to 20 hours, to be a minor change. And therefore, it's previously not made any provision for patient engagement or wider stakeholder engagement, even such as local councillors or the local council, perhaps, cabinet member, etc. Hence, there was absolutely no awareness amongst either myself or, I understand, councillors Crook and Sandals during the time that this was being considered by the surgery and the health board. I was advised that even perhaps some of the practice staff, certainly no one in the local pharmacy, and quite frankly, very few people locally had any awareness at all that this was to be the case. I'm advised that the local access panel, when they received an application from the surgery, did ask that there be a 4-week consultation period. I have yet to find more than a handful, and I mean a handful, of people that were aware or consulted. Yet I am advised that paper copies of a consultation were made available in the surgery and online. I also cannot find anybody who could find it online. I welcome that following some of our recent discussions, the Health Board has recognised the value and importance of such engagement and is proposing to update their policy for future changes. However, the fact remains that a service change which is absolutely vital to local people has occurred without any local engagement or involvement. My concerns, members, are that this could happen anywhere. That this decision disproportionately impacts on those who cannot make or find it greatly difficult to make the 9-mile round trip to Caldicot, those who do not have access to transportation, those who by reason of illness, vulnerability, disability, pregnancy, maternity or any other perhaps potentially protected characteristic you wish to consider might find that disproportionately difficult. And I think these changes do rest particularly with those people. However, I think that one of the most, and while we have seen some improvements to public transport, I would counter that it's actually very difficult to get public transport to a doctor's appointment when you are feeling exceptionally ill and that you need to see a GP or to have other services. I think one of the most concerning points, however, is that we have been advised, or I have been advised, that the practice has previously been unable to fill existing appointments at the Mega branch due to low patient demand. When I asked if anybody had been consulted, I was inundated with people telling me that A, they knew nothing about the proposed changes, and that they had in recent months and probably even years, found it incredibly difficult to get an appointment in Mega. Members, this does not accord at all with any of the local feedback I've ever received. Whilst we note there appears, or some people feel, that there has been a deliberate attempt to run down the surgery and its offer, people have been exceptionally concerned at this change. In truth, perhaps my biggest concern is that this is the thin end of the wedge. I'm also concerned that up till very recently, the practice and the surgery were proposing to refurbish and provide additional services with Mega Withundi in recognition of the growing population and the need to provide health promotion services to keep us well. I do understand that the practice previously submitted an application for an improvement grant, which was approved by Welsh Government via the Health Board. I appreciate that there were delays caused by the pandemic, etc. But at the time, we were engaging proactively to see how locally the town council, or community council as it was then, could assist. However, we were never notified that this was never going to be proceeded with, and I feel that's a really significant opportunity missed. So, members, while you may think that this is just about a local area, for me it's about the principle. Clearly, local people are impacted, but the final thing that I will say is that they were surprised that people haven't complained. Well, people haven't complained because they didn't know about it and they didn't know who to complain to. But that hopefully will be rectified and they will be able to express their views. So I would just ask you to support the motion, because in all honesty, I think it's really important that we try and appeal this decision, because it's a poor decision and I don't think it's in anyone's interests. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chandler.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Taylor, for raising this important issue. And as it falls within my portfolio area, I would like to respond. And in raising this important issue, I'm in support of the motion, and I would be happy to take the actions that Councillor Taylor outlines in the motion, because I think meaningful engagement with residents is vital, and it should be possible to hold health boards accountable for the actions they take. So I'm in full support of those actions that are proposed. And I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank Councillors John Crook and Angela Sandals for their prompt action in meeting with the head of primary care at Aneurin Bevan University Health Board when the changes to the surgery opening hours were first mooted. And in fact, even since this meeting has started, I've just had an update from Llaes, the community health council, about that's reported that Aneurin Bevan have agreed that in future they're going to build into service change processes earlier communication with ward councillors, as well as strengthening development of the assurance process and taking action on clear measures to ensure proportionate levels of public engagement. There's still more to be done, so I will be taking up the actions that Councillor Taylor proposes. I did want, though, just to, because I think that the motion I'm fully accepting, with just to clarify for the sake of any concerned residents listening, just if there was any doubt in some of the other information that Councillor Taylor is putting forward, that the surgery is not closing. The surgery is just reducing the hours. It will still be open every morning, so residents will be able to access the surgery in the morning. So I wouldn't want people to come away with the wrong impression that there is no surgery in Mega and they have to travel by bus to Caldicot. There will be. The surgery is still open, albeit at reduced hours, and we will be taking that further forward. I think, though, just like to take the opportunity with this motion coming out just to really highlight the challenges that our GP practices are facing more generally. Of course, remembering that GP practices are independent contractors. They're not run by the health board, although they are obviously funded by the health boards. But according to the British Medical Association, the average number of patients looked after per GP in Wales has risen from 1,719 in 2012 to 2,375 in 2024. And in that time, the proportion of the Welsh NHS budget that is spent on GP services has fallen. So it's my belief that the new Welsh Government needs to prioritise investment in both primary care and in social care in order to protect people's health and well-being, helping them to maintain their independence at home and to prevent or delay the need for them to access more acute hospital or residential care. And I hope that the new Welsh Government will be taking action in that, and we wait to see what their proposals will be. But in conclusion, thank you, Councillor Taylor, and I'm happy to support your motion.
Thank you, Councillor Chandler. Councillor Dimmock, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to support Councillor Taylor's motion on behalf of my group, and I also welcome the Cabinet members' comments just then. This motion addresses a pressing concern for the residents of Mega and ND regarding the reduction in local GP services and the afternoon closure of Mega surgery. Healthcare is a basic need, and when access to such vital services is limited, it not just impacts the physical health of residents, but also their peace of mind. We must acknowledge the concerns of those who rely on Mega surgery and ensure their voices are heard. The Health Board's past approach, which did not allow sufficient patient engagement or input from local councillors, was deeply concerning. However, we welcome the recognition by the Health Board that such engagement is critical, and they are now committed to updating their change to service provision policy. This motion is about ensuring that we as a council continue to stand up for the people we represent by seeking clarification on the appeal process regarding Mega surgery and pushing for detailed information on the proposed updates to the service change policy. We are taking concrete action to ensure that communities' voices are heard as part of the decision-making process, and furthermore requesting these changes reflect the necessary integrated future generations and equality impact assessments means that we are considering the long-term sustainable fairness of any decisions that could affect our own residents across the county. So thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Crook.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Taylor. We would just like to note that Councillor Sandals and I met with the head of the primary care as soon as was possible after we found out that the opening hours were being reduced to 20 hours a week. The practice was actually opened for some 30 plus hours, as Councillor Taylor has said, per week, to a reduction in hours of 20, but it was already quite difficult for people to make an appointment in Mega surgery, and are still often directed to Caldicot surgery for their health and care appointments. However, we are pleased that Dorset House in Mega will continue to serve the residents of Mega and Dundee and the surrounding areas, as of course many prefer the accessibility and the convenience of the local settings, especially our elderly residents, people with disabilities and family with young children. We agree with Councillor Taylor that consultation was poorly carried out, with very few patients receiving the questionnaire and no information on the practice website. We were informed there on their page on the Iron Bevan website entitled Practice Changes. I've not met a single person yet who knew about it. After meeting, a notice was displayed on Grey Hill Surgery website saying that following consultation, Caldicot Medical Group had decided to change the opening hours of Dorset House Surgery. This reflects the increased demand and services which had not been reflected in an increase in funding to general practice. The change will allow for more important availability across both surgeries and will allow us to remain a sustainable continuing to offer patients care to the community. We look forward to a better consultation with the residents and wider stakeholders in the future, and we consider this, it must be a major concern that we must involve all residents, and we support Councillor Taylor's motion fully.
Thank you. Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I completely concur with the comments by Councillor Crook. It's so important that we engage fully in this curtailment of GP services and Mega services. What a sense of déjà vu. It's exactly what we warned the Council about last year, even longer than a year ago, with the closure of Gilwern GP services and the curtailment of A&E services and then night services at Neville Hall Hospital. This is taking place at the same time as we've seen the closure in Wales of over 30 pharmacies, and these are community pharmacies, in the course of the last 4 years, to the lowest level in living memory. Our residents will be extremely concerned that reduced hours is just the first step in the same way that we saw towards the same end in Gilwern and in Neville Hall. And they'll be right to be extremely concerned. We strongly proposed last year that this council takes a much more engaged, active approach to health services in our communities and doesn't just watch it happen. And I urge that again now. Which community will be next? Does the Cabinet member know, and can he tell us? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Watts, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, you know, effectively, I don't want to be cynical about it, but let's be frank about it. An Arwen Bevan Health Board have form here, and I don't want to go down memory lane, but I know some of the long-standing members, Tony, Paul Pavier, Dale Rook, Penny will remember the cynical mock consultations that were played out for the loss of the minor injuries unit, and then subsequently heartbreaking loss of the dementia unit, which is moved 19 miles away. They have to be reminded constantly that they have a duty to publish the documentation and consultation that is accessible to the public, and that hasn't happened here. So it's hard not to be cynical. And I think I'd hoped with the introduction of the new chief executive that would be a change of culture. I'm not seeing that here today. But well done for Francis to getting on top of it, and John as well for getting stuck into them, because you can't keep your eye off them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And on to Councillor Butler, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Taylor, for bringing this as a motion. I support you. I just wanted to say that I know that today there are representatives of the Arwen Bevan Health Board doing an engagement down in the downstairs foyer. They're here really because they want to get councillors. They want to use us as conduit. If you haven't done so already, and you get, perhaps we'll get a moment between motions, please go down there, raise your concerns with them. Sorry, Richard. Raise your concerns with them. You know, they really are here to speak to us. They're particularly keen to speak to men because they find it very difficult to get men to engage with them. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. I do anticipate we'll have a 15-minute break after this motion has been voted upon, which will give you a chance to do that. So, Councillor Powell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. One of the problems of this sort of thing, where they're making the hours shorter, unless people are able to go to see their doctor. Following the pandemic, a lot of doctors now are ringing you on the phone and discussing your problems with you over the phone, which is all very well, but they don't see you face to face. When my husband died suddenly recently, because he hadn't seen a doctor face to face within the last 6 months, and although the paramedics and the police it was obvious it was heart had stopped, he had to have a post-mortem because he hadn't been seen face to face by a doctor in those times. And at the time, the waiting list was 4 to 5 weeks before he could have been the post-mortem, which puts things off. In this case, it was all right, I'm fairly fit and well, but if you've got a wife that was slightly ailing as well, to have to wait 4 or 5 weeks before she knew the outcome would be quite detrimental. And I think it's important that we are seeing doctors face to face, or this rule ought to be altered, because if this is happening, a lot more people are having to have post-mortems who wouldn't normally have to have them. If you've got a regular ongoing illness, it doesn't affect, but in a lot of cases people haven't. And I think this is important, that they don't reduce hours of surgeries and that more patients are seen face to face to save this inconvenience and upset. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm sure the whole council is grateful for that contribution. It was probably quite difficult for you, so thank you very much. And where are we now? Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think it is important, this particular motion, because obviously people do rely very much on GP services. But I remember in previous engagements with the Health Board, they did have a figure where basically it was one full-time doctor per a certain number of patients. I believe it was 2,000, but I'm not entirely clear. But I was just wondering whether they could look at the parallel with dental services, because when dental services go down, or basically they have to recommission them. And I wondered whether or not there ought to be a similar provision in relation to GP surgeries. But I think a fundamental problem is, although there is a health board, there isn't any function to allow councils to independently scrutinise their decisions. And I think this is a sort of a legal problem, really, in a sense that should be addressed by the Welsh Parliament in terms of making the Health Board more accountable in relation to their local decision making. So I think it's a question of looking at, can we set a standard below which GP surgeries per number of patients should not fall, and where that happens, then there is a duty on the Health Board to recommission new services in that local area. And I think the problem we've got at the moment is there don't seem to be those, it's all very well having consultation processes, but if the consultation is actually ignored, that doesn't help unless you've got a standard of procedure and a standard of GPs per number of patients on a full-time basis, and making sure that if that standard slips below that level, and this is particularly relevant to the RLDP when we get more housing and therefore more patients, that the Health Board has to respond to that level and recommission services and recommission contracts. And unless we get some sort of standards like that and more scrutiny procedures of the Health Board decisions and of the, then I don't think we're really going to get anywhere, because there can be consultations that are just ignored. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Birch, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Powell raises a very moving and important point. And obviously, whilst a GP surgery as a business and the Health Board as a whole need to work on an evidence basis as to where they allocate their resources, it does seem to me that it's very important that people at the early stage of feeling unwell or feeling any change, as we are all urged to do, go to their GP as quickly as possible and are encouraged to do so. And often, even where people do have access to a car, if someone lives alone, they may feel that it's not appropriate for them to drive when they are unwell, and therefore to be able to get to a GP quickly and easily and convenient can only take pressure off other areas of the health service. For instance, we know how many people are turning up at the Grange who would be better seen in primary care. So I think this is an important area of concern.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't see any other hands, so Councillor Taylor, would you like to respond to the debate, please?
Thank you, Chair, and can I thank all councillors for their contribution and support. Can I thank the Cabinet Member for his commitment to taking forward the asks in the motion, and also can I thank Councillor Powell for her contribution, which reminds us perhaps that whilst online means or telephone consultations may fit in some circumstances, it is never a replacement for patient contact, and that is why I wrote to the to the practice in the first place, because I was having concerns raised with me about the reliance on online means, which may very well suit many people, but I think Councillor Powell gives us a very, very personal reason why that is not always appropriate. So thank you, Chair, and thank you for your support, members.
Right, thank you. So we'll now take a vote on motion 7A. Yep, 37. Yep, right, yeah, that's enough. Yeah, still going up. 42, 43. Come on, let's have a full house. I'm probably not allowed to say that. Well, that is overwhelmingly carried with no abstentions or no votes against. Okay, so thank you. Also, I have to say that is brilliant timing from councillors. It's now exactly 3:30. I've been lobbied for a comfort break, short break, every 90 minutes or so. So we'll do that now. It will be 15 minutes. And when I say 15 minutes, can it be 15 minutes, not 17, not 20? I fully intend to start at 3:45, and if you're not here, well, tough. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we could take our seats, please. Right, Councillor Brockleby, if you'd like to take your seat, please. Thank you. Right, I think we're all back now. Oh, Councillor Powell, don't rush, Maureen. Right. Right, Councillor Taylor's had to leave us for a family event, wish her luck with that. So, if we're all ready, please, we now move on to item 7.2, which is a motion on winter fuel payments in the name of Councillor John. Do we have a seconder, first of all? I'm sure we have somewhere. Thank you. All right, we've got a seconder from home, Councillor Dimmock. Thank you. Right, Councillor John.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everyone. On the 26th of May, earlier this year, Keir Starmer tweeted that pensioners deserve security in retirement as he attempted to woo the grey vote in the general election campaign. This was retweeted by the ex-councillor for Town Ward, Catherine Fuchs. She wasn't great at turning up to committee meetings, but she was very prolific on social media. And she retweeted this, saying that too many pensioners in Monmouthshire have told me they have to choose between heating and eating. Pensioners deserve security in retirement, and that's what a UK Labour government will deliver. Well, just 2 months on, and what we've seen is the exact opposite. Labour removed the winter fuel payment from over 20,000 pensioners in Monmouthshire, including some of the poorest and most vulnerable in our county. This decision was apparently taken without a proper equality impact assessment, despite the very obvious impact it would have on some of the country's most vulnerable residents. Of course, there are some very wealthy recipients who can make ends meet without this additional payment, but stripping it from almost all pensioners will harm many of those who are just surviving. In Monmouthshire, there are lots of older people struggling to make ends meet. Just because their house value is above average, it doesn't mean that they have an income to match. Monmouthshire residents don't have wealthy Labour donors to buy their designer clothes for them, to buy them Taylor Swift tickets or even spectacles. And it was really insulting for senior Labour figures to claim that to make this decision was something about which they had no choice, that it was something they simply had to do, and the alternative was a run on the pound. Politics is all about choices. Inflation-busting pay rises for some of the highest-earning public sector workers was a choice, with Sue Gray demanding a bigger salary than the Prime Minister as a prime example of that. The Motor Neurone Disease Association has raised concerns that people with MND could be forced into greater financial hardship, specifically due to the loss of the winter fuel payment. The DWP's own analysis says that 1.6 million disabled people will lose the winter fuel payment, along with 9 out of 10 pensioners aged between 66 and 79, and 8 out of 10 pensioners over the age of 80 will lose their allowance. On top of this, the Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, is refusing to deny reports in the press that the UK government plans to remove the single person's council tax discount in the budget in October, a decision that would likely be copied by the Welsh Labour government. On top of the removal of the winter fuel payment, this would be devastating for so many older people, many of whom would be pushed into poverty. So no wonder that the Labour group here wanted to hold the Monmouth Town by-election before all that bad news is released, so just days before the UK government's budget. Leaked research from the Labour Party concludes that withdrawing the winter fuel payment would lead to 3,850 excess winter deaths. Now, given our age demographic in Monmouthshire, it's likely that the proportion of excess winter deaths would be in double figures. All families who would face the trauma and distress of losing a loved one this winter and knowing that it could have been prevented. These are our residents who are going to be harmed by this decision, and a decision that our colleagues opposite have inadvertently facilitated by campaigning for a Labour government that promised to protect our pensioners. Keir Starmer, the Labour Party and Labour candidates across the country promised that they would look after our elderly, and very quickly that has turned out to be untrue. The vote in Parliament on the winter fuel payment was the first opportunity for our new MP to show where her loyalties lie, with the Labour Party or with the public. Even though Labour had one of their lowest ever vote shares in the general election, they did win a massive majority. The government was going to win that vote on the winter fuel payment regardless of how Catherine Fuchs voted. This constituency has never been safe for any political party. Residents are not stupid, and they take offence at being treated as such. They want an elected representative who doesn't always slavishly follow a party line, follow a party whip, regardless of the harm a decision might have on their residents. I think Catherine Fuchs, if she continues to put the interests of the Labour Party ahead of the public, she may not be our MP for very long. I think the same applies to the Labour group here. Residents expect their local government leaders to deliver for them, to stand up for them, and to fight their corner when they're threatened. They expect all of us as councillors to defend their interests. There were times when our party was in power that we disagreed with things that were happening, things like HS2 funding and Partygate. We couldn't defend the gatherings in Downing Street or the way the issue had been handled, so we spoke out about it. Because we recognised that while we'd been selected as candidates by our political party, it was the public who had elected us, and our first loyalty was to them. So today we ask the Labour group to add their voices to those speaking out about the harm that the winter fuel payment cut will inflict on residents in our wards. We've drafted this motion in such a way that we hope that Labour councillors will be able to support it. We're not condemning your government, but requesting that a letter be sent to the UK government expressing concern on behalf of our residents and simply asking for that decision to be reviewed. I genuinely believe that if Labour council groups and Labour-led councils all over the country were to join us in highlighting the unfairness of this decision, we could urge ministers to think again, to review this decision and consider changes to protect the most vulnerable. We all owe it to our residents to speak out against this decision and urge a review. I think all councillors on this authority are good people. I don't believe for a moment that a single councillor supports this cut in the winter fuel payment. So let's challenge it. I urge the Labour group and all councillors to find the courage to put the interests of the public ahead of the narrow tribal interests of your political party. So I hope all councillors will support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor John. This Labour and Green coalition administration is founded on a mutual desire to have a stable council that can deliver the essential services that our residents need. And we have an agreement to work together to create a fairer Monmouthshire that addresses the stark inequality in our county and to move towards a greener Monmouthshire by tackling the climate and nature emergency that affects us all. But that doesn't mean that we agree on all national issues. Indeed, it would be strange if we did, given that we're in different political parties. And on the issue of the winter fuel payments, I do find myself at odds with the choices being made by the UK Labour government. And fellow members, I think it is fair to say that the majority of us in this chamber do regret the decision of the UK government to restrict winter fuel payments to only those receiving pension credit. And indeed, some of us may wish to use stronger language than merely regret. Where we may differ, of course, is on what action we want the UK government to take to protect pensioners and other vulnerable people from fuel poverty. After 14 years of damaging austerity, the change that we voted for in July was not to continue and deepen that austerity with more cuts, especially cuts that were announced so quickly without an impact assessment and before a spending review and budget statement. The real change that this country needs and that voters wanted is for the government to invest in repairing our public services and protecting the well-being of the vulnerable. And we can do this with some changes to the tax system to ask the wealthiest in our society to pay a little more. And these tax changes that are being proposed by the Green Party are modest by the standards of many other European countries who recognise that having higher quality public services and a greener economy needs investment. With a fairer tax system, we could restore winter fuel payments and abolish the two-child benefit cap and the bedroom tax. And we could ensure that everyone has a warm home and enough to eat. And we could transform our health and social care system and power up our transition to net zero. But building on the motion and in the interests of seeking consensus across the chamber and to correct some errors in the original motion, I am tabling an amendment which I hope will get the support of all members. And I'll just paste the amendment in the chat. Apart from some simple tidying up, the main changes are to remove the disputed figure for the number of pensioners affected in Monmouthshire, so we don't spend too much time arguing over numbers, and also to pay tribute to the work of the council and partners that is already being done to support residents to access the benefits they're entitled to and reduce their heating bills, and through that, hopefully to signpost those listening and other residents to the support that is available. So I do hope that all members will back this amendment so that we can demonstrate our widespread support for vulnerable pensioners in our county and to call for real change from the UK government. So, diolch.
Thank you. I think the amendment is going to be put on our screens now. Yeah.
I didn't hear for a second.
Oh, yeah. Do we have, well, we can't second it until we've seen it, can we? Right, again, we got a seconder anyway. Oh, yeah, it's on the screens now. So seconded by Councillor Howells, thank you.
Chair, right. Shouldn't Councillor Dimmock have been able to...
Could you put your microphone on? Sorry.
Yeah, it is on. Shouldn't Councillor Dimmock have been able to speak on the original motion as a seconder before Councillor Chandler's put in an amendment?
I'm happy to take advice on that. I think normally the seconder does tend to reserve the right to speak as part of the main debate. Right. What's the procedure? Should she? That would normally be the case. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I'm quite happy to give Councillor Dimmock a chance to speak on the main motion. That will also give people a chance to digest the amendment. Then we'll go on to debate the amendments. Yeah.
Okay, Chair, thank you ever so much. Obviously, I'd like to second Councillor John's motion that he brought forward. The decision by the UK government to restrict the winter fuel payment is deeply concerning and has far-reaching implications for the most vulnerable residents here in Monmouthshire. A number of residents may find themselves just above the threshold for pension credit, meaning they no longer qualify for winter fuel payment. But we know that that just by being above the threshold doesn't mean they don't need help. And actually, it's far from it. For many, the extra financial support could be the difference between staying warm and having to make the difficult and quite frankly dangerous sacrifices. It's crucial that we recognise and highlight the impact this decision will have on certain groups within our community, and particularly those living with disabilities and veterans of the armed forces. with 40% of pensioners being disabled, and this rises to 80% of pensioners over 85, many of these individuals rely on steady warmth, not just for comfort, but for health reasons. Cold houses exacerbate existing health conditions, particularly respiratory, cardiovascular diseases, which are already prevalent among older and disabled people. And this could see further pressures on hospitals with increased administrations at the most demanding time of year. Veterans will be disproportionately affected by the removal of the winter fuel allowance. Many of our older veterans have service-related disabilities and illnesses and are therefore amongst those in society for whom a warm home is of utmost importance. Veterans' pensions vary depending on rank accomplished and length of service, so the impact felt by the removal of the winter fuel allowance will also vary, and they are extremely anxious about this and how they will get through this winter on their already overstretched pensions. Some veterans are already reliant on forces charities, and these charities are currently inundated with requests for financial support. The decision to remove the winter fuel allowance will put many of these charities under impossible financial pressure, especially with donations having significantly dropped due to the cost of living crisis. Veterans are proud and they don't like asking for help, but they shouldn't need to be in that position where they have to. Our veterans served us, and at the very least, we should ensure they have a basic level of comfort in their retirement rather than uncertainty and anxiety, which this government decision has caused. There's been no thorough impact assessment of removing the winter fuel payment for pensioners, but we do know that pension credit take-up is low, with around a third of those eligible not claiming, and therefore no reason to believe that the take-up of the means-tested winter fuel allowances will be any different, especially considering the 240 question application, which will be a barrier for many in this group. So thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you, Councillor Dimmock, and apologies for not bringing you in at the correct time. Right, we now move on to the amendment, and I would ask councillors to speak now to the amendment, not to the main motion, so particularly how the amendment might differ from the main motion and whether or not it's acceptable to the original movers. So, any speakers on the amendment? I haven't got the right place on my screen.
Chair, could somebody explain what the difference is, what the crucial difference is, please?
Sorry, I missed that.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry.
Carry on.
I know I'm speaking out of turn.
Sorry.
Can somebody, because it's quite a long amendment, what is the specific difference to the Councillor John's motion?
Looking at it quickly, I mean, the reference, I think the original motion has a reference to 20,000 pensioners. That's been changed, and
Would it help if I explained it out?
Yeah, is that acceptable? Okay, if it is acceptable to the meeting, I will allow Councillor Chandler to identify those differences. You happy with that?
I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did reference it briefly in my speech, but yeah, essentially a little bit of tidying up on there. But yeah, essentially in the second paragraph, it's the same, except I've removed the number because that was a disputed number, and I felt it inappropriate for just arguing about numbers when it's the principle that's at stake. But the main change is the third paragraph, which is about, rather than calling on the council to do something, it's to acknowledge the work that the council and partners are already doing, because I think we owe it to the council to recognise that, but also to help signpost residents to what's already available for them. And then it's just a minor change on the final paragraph to say, rather than ask the leader to write to the Chancellor, is just we express our collective desire for that decision to be reviewed. So fairly minor changes, except for the third paragraph, which is the substantive change. So thank you.
Thank you.
A point of order, please, Chair.
Okay, right. It's been seconded already by Councillor Howes. Councillor Howes, do you want to speak to that?
A point of order, please, Chair.
Right. Go on.
I'd like to raise a point of order under point 27.17.1D. I don't believe that amendment meets the criteria set out in the Constitution. It defines what a valid amendment to a motion is and says that An amendment can leave out words, can insert or add words, as long as the effect is not to negate or to completely rewrite the motion. I believe that what is proposed is a complete rewrite of the motion.
Right. Well, I've taken advice on this more than once, and it is my view that it is in order. Parts of the original motion are certainly still there, particularly if you look at most of the first paragraph, for example. Yep, so I'm ruling, but it's in order.
I note your ruling, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor.
Are you going to take the list that's still on there?
We will take that list when we come back to look at the main motion, whether or not it's been amended. So you will get your chance to talk about those.
It doesn't
those
matter
general
which
issues.
motion.
So at the
Chair,
moment,
can I ask for some clarification, Chair? If the amendment gets carried, do we still get a chance to talk?
Absolutely. The only difference being from the first two speeches we had from Councillor John and Councillor Dimmock is that if the amendment is carried, we'll be talking about the substantive motion, the amended motion. So there will be a debate either on the motion as it stands, if the amendment isn't passed, or on the amended motion, if it is passed. So I think there'll be those who've got things to say already will have ample chance to say very similar things, because you are right, there are strong similarities between the unamended and amended version. So you will get your chance. Yeah, so that's why I've said we're talking at the moment purely about the amendment. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I second this amendment to the motion as it highlights the unjust restrictions of the winter fuel payment, which will leave many Monmouthshire pensioners struggling to stay warm this winter. By urging the Chancellor to review this decision and protect vulnerable pensioners, this Council stands up for those who need support, especially those just above the pension credit threshold. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you. We don't seem to have a hands up function, but I've had a request from Councillor Sandals to speak to the amendment.
Diolch, Chair. As we face the challenges of rising living costs and energy prices, it's more important than ever to ensure that our resources are directed to those who truly need them. The winter fuel payment is a vital lifeline for many pensioners, helping them stay warm during the coldest months. But we cannot overlook a key fact. Not all pensioners are in the same situation. For example, I unscientifically guesstimated that around 37% of the 46 elected members of this chamber received a winter fuel payment last year of between £100 and £300. That's on top of their state pension, their occupational pensions, if they have any, and their councillor allowances. Are they going to miss a winter fuel payment this year? Is it right and moral to have it reinstated for everyone over the age of 66? I think we can all agree that it needs to be targeted better, and that's precisely the point that Councillor Chandler's amendment makes to the UK Government. According to ONS data, pensioner material deprivation in the UK rose from 6% in 2019 to 20 to 8%, or 1 million pensioners in 2022 to 2023. The number of pensioners unable to afford to keep their homes warm has climbed from 2% to 5%. These figures are a stark reminder of the growing vulnerability among older people. And we know what is behind these figures: fuel poverty. Energy companies continue to rake in obscene profits, while some pensioners struggle just to stay warm. We have 5,980 households who received the winter fuel payment in Monmouthshire last year. The number of those households claiming pension credit is 1,835. And that leaves 14,145 without the payment this year. Of those, data shows that 37% more households are entitled to claim it, which is another 5,233. Let's ensure everyone who is entitled is supported to claim. While some pensioners are living in poverty, others are financially secure, even wealthy. And it's clear that the richest pensioners do not need this winter fuel payment, and neither should they receive it. By By targeting this payment to those in poverty, we can ensure that limited resources are focused on the most vulnerable, those for whom a warm home is not a guarantee but a daily worry. This isn't about taking away support, it's about fairness and compassion. Let's make sure every pound of public money is used where it can make the biggest difference. The winter fuel payment should serve as a lifeline for those who need it most, not an unnecessary bonus for those who don't. I'm also pleased to say that Monmouthshire County Council are holding a number of localised cost of living information events throughout the county next month, and our website is continually updated with ways that we can support our residents. We have leaflets available for members to display in their local areas. Please check your emails for the details of this. Diolch, Chair.
Thank you. Again, a reminder that we're still debating the amendment, so we're looking for why the amendment is preferable or not preferable to the original motion. I meant to confirm you will get a chance, even if you speak to the amendment, you will get a chance to speak again when we go back to the main motion, amended or unamended. Right, Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry.
Somebody's coming. I thought somebody else was coming in somewhere. I'd just like to say to the last speaker...
Bear with me, Councillor Powell. We're getting a message from James, Monitoring Officer.
Sorry, Chair. The Council needs to vote on the amendment first, and then the Council debates the motion as amended or not. So the amendment's in the chat. Council needs to vote to decide whether to accept the amendment or not.
Yeah.
And then the debate follows that.
Right, so...
Does that make sense?
No.
There's an amendment that's been moved to the motion. Council needs to decide whether they wish to accept that amendment or not, and then they debate the substantive motion as amended or not. So we could have a vote feature for the amendment, ask members to vote on the amendment, and then a debate.
We haven't finished debating.
Right. My understanding was that with the amendment being moved, Council gets a chance to debate the amendment.
The amendment's put forward, members then vote whether they accept the amendment or not. So the motion is debated. Otherwise, you have two debates on the amended motion.
Right, sorry, I apologise, I'm struggling a bit. So we're voting on whether we can discuss the amendment, is that correct? No? Right, okay, all right. Okay. So we're voting on whether to accept the amendment then, all right? And then, as I understand it, we then go on to the main motion. Yeah, depending on the vote. Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Right, voting on the whether to accept the amendment.
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah.
Isn't for and accept the same thing?
I thought it was, but...
We should have, sorry to interrupt, Chair, we should have for or against accepting the amendment, surely, and then abstain.
Is that a typo? Sorry. Right.
Council, just pause a moment. So, I think the observation is a valid one. Nicola's just amending that now, and she'll correct it. And as the Chair's just confirmed, obviously you will vote on whether to accept the amendment or not, and then we can move forward from there. So it's on its way.
Okay. Right. Another go. Right. Okay, something like that. Oh, hang on, we're going to try it again. Right, another go. Right. So if this goes through, we then move to debate the main motion as amended. Yeah, okay, right, all right. We'll have to talk about that another time. 21 at the moment, I think that's going to go through. 16, that's 37, 38. Yeah, it's not. Right, can I accept that?
5 more votes, I think, isn't it?
21, yeah, happy to take that. Right, well, that appears to show that the amendment is accepted then. So we now move to debate the main motion as amended. And happy with that? Yeah. Okay, so I will go back to the original, well, to the list. We got 2 lists at the moment, I think. Yes. Yes, I think that would be a good idea. We'll put up a new list, but I'll try to bring in those who have put their hands up already, even if they lose out in a rush to speak. So while that's going up, I would invite Councillor Powell to speak, because she was on her feet before. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. What I was just going to start to say was, nothing against our speaker, but don't always assume that everybody's in the same position in the council. Saying that you've got money and you've got this money and you've got the council money, so you must be well off and you don't need it. I was self-employed all my life, so I had no business to give me any pension afterwards. We only had what we paid in. The first 20 years of my life, I was married to a farmer, and he didn't think he had to pay a stamp for me, so there was nothing coming from that. I did have some afters, because we did pay a stamp for me when John and I were in business. But I had a very, very, very much reduced pension for myself. I did have a bit extra from when I lost John, and I've got the council money. But because I'm just over the age and I pay tax on the council money, they're taxing me on the married person's pension. So it makes quite a bit of difference to me whether I get that winter fuel payment or not. And this is what I say, don't judge people by what you think they're earning. And I think that there's a lot of people just over the edge of where they get all the benefits. It's those few people there. It's the same thing with family allowance and everything you think. The ones that are just above that breadline, those are the ones that struggle the most, because the ones further up can manage and the ones below it are getting help right, left and centre. So I want to say that I wish that this be removed and that we go on paying the winter payment to those who deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths, next, please.
My main point is to say I support the motion as amended. I think it's kept the main thrust of the original motion, but it'll be in the name of the whole council rather than the name of a single politician. I think it'll be a stronger motion for that. I support it because I think, as the motion indicates, there needs to be a review at the point at which the winter fuel allowance would be withdrawn. I am of the view that the current system is unjustified, that there are many people receiving the winter fuel allowance, and I include myself in that, who do not need it. But the means-tested level is too low, and it needs to be reviewed, and I'm pleased this council is asking for it. My other reason for asking to speak is that in conducting this debate, it does not do the council scaremonger beyond that which is known. The winter fuel allowance, as proposed, will cause, I believe, harm, and that should be referred to in the debate. There is no proposal in England or in Wales to remove the single person discount, and it does no good to the population of Montfort for them to be scared into believing that that is a proposal. Wales conducted a 2-year review of its council tax arrangements. It included a review of the single person's discount, and whilst it came to conclusions that this council has opposed, it also came to a conclusion that the single person discount should continue. So why is this council proclaiming that that is a discount under risk and creating fears to that effect? I hope that that suggestion is withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I'm trying to reconcile three lists now. I think Councillor Jan Butler next.
Actually, in the original list, it was Councillor Buckler, Rachel Buckler. Rachel, if you would like to go first, I don't want to jump ahead of you.
Yeah, carry on, please.
Right. I'm really disappointed at this amendment. It really changes the whole thing. I'm not sure at all what the underlying machinations and decision-making process is that resulted in the current government's decision on this. I do speak as one of those affected, by the way, and I know I'm not alone in the room. Perhaps we should all declare an interest. In the long term, however, everyone in this room will be affected unless a true restoration at some later date takes place. Now, the PM himself talks about staying committed to the triple lock in order to mitigate the impact. Frankly, that sounds like an admission of guilt to me. And in fact, any increase in pension as a result of the triple lock, currently estimated at £460 if you're on a full state pension, and frankly, most people aren't, isn't going to fully mitigate. And it also means that many pensioners will be tipped into personal pension taxation for the first time. Even pensioners on a very small workplace pension will be pushed over into their personal allowance and into paying basic rate tax. Now, my residents in Goitra have not been backwards in coming forwards. Frankly, they're seething with rage, and some of them are visibly anxious at this. And I don't want to argue about the figures on the number of pensioners in Monmouthshire, but we all know that there is a high number of pensioners in our beautiful county. And I can't imagine actually that any councillor here hasn't experienced a level of wrath or disappointment, at the very least, from their own residents. Now, actually, I have three main concerns about this. And first of all, it's related to the suddenness of this announcement. We are being expected to swallow the argument that most vulnerable pensioners will be okay and they should check their eligibility for pension credit. Where was the public engagement on this, and where was the due regard? It isn't okay. This, without warning, puts pressures on councils, housing associations, Citizens Advice, Age UK and others who can assist. How realistic is it that anyone who is eligible for pension credit will receive any payments soon enough? And, as already been pointed out by other colleagues, what about those who fall just above the level of eligibility? Councillors, we're going into autumn and heating systems are already being switched on. And it's not good enough to say everything will be okay because your pension will go up in April. It isn't okay. My second point really is, in the UK, we've just moved into the 15th place in Europe in the generosity of our pension provision. We're nestled somewhere between the Czech Republic and Finland. And what that actually means is that during 2024, our pension is just above the break-even point. And if you want the figures, I shall give you those. It suggests that the cost of living for a single person receiving the £958 a month maximum, excluding rent, is at £810 a month. That only leaves £148 of flexibility. For most people, the state pension is not enough to live well on, and a loss of £200 or £300 is really going to matter. My next point, third point. There is a hard-to-reach group of pensioners who might be eligible for pension credit and other benefits, who have perfected the technique of having the least possible contact with any official agency. These are those with low literacy levels, and I include digital literacy in that, about whom I've spoken before in this chamber. It's about pride. Not letting people know that you can't fill in the application form, let alone read the advice that accompanies it. This group has had a lifetime to perfect avoidance methods and techniques. They're very unreachable, so it is not okay. Finally, I'd like to talk about temperature regulation. As the human body ages, it goes through various physiological changes that affect the regulation of body temperature. In simple terms, an older person needs to be kept warm. A drop of body temperature can pose a serious health risk. There will be pensioners, whether they can afford it or not, who are so frightened by the withdrawal of the winter fuel allowance that they will ration their heating. And that's a fact. You know, I know I've had people come up to me and say that, you know, oh, I'm going to turn the thermostat down, I'm not putting it on. A drop in body temperature can cause shivering, confusion, fatigue, shallow breathing, slow heart rate, leading to unconsciousness and the inevitable. I'm very concerned that this measure is going to cause real suffering to those members of our society that we should be respecting and caring for in their later life, those who have paid into the system for the whole of their lives. It is not okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now on to Councillor Jan. Oh, sorry, Rachel Buckler. I get no confused again. Thank you, Jan, and thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Chair. You've asked us to talk to the amended motion. I think the amendment has meant that this motion has descended into farce. Councillor Chandler is either a willing fall guy for the Labour group or is being vainglorious, and it's not good enough and does this council no good service. The Labour government proclaiming that the winter fuel payment being cut because of a 22 million black hole, of which we have no details at all, despite a recent, I said billion, did I not say? I did say billion, didn't I? A recent Freedom of Information request was refused, leaving us with little faith in the evidence. An arbitrary removal of this winter fuel allowance is wrong, morally and practically. There is an argument that there should be a graduated scheme, such as administered with child benefit. I think that Councillor Sandals will have insulted many pensioners in rural Monmouthshire by saying there are lots of pensioners who are so much better off. So why did this Labour government decide to punish all pensioners, many of whom are just above the poverty line? Many rural pensioners, if they have an additional pension, have a very small one, yet will lose that vital support during the winter. Pensioners in rural Monmouthshire often live in old properties, so heating is essential. There is a real concern that those in need will really suffer this winter and beyond.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Maybe.
Thank you, Chair. I first became alarmed about the problem of fuel poverty in 1984 and spent more than 30 years working to alleviate it. So I have very great sympathy with the discussion here. Having said that, those of us involved in the field have always thought that the winter fuel payment was a very poorly targeted measure and was slightly alarmed when it was first introduced. The reason being that it is so very poorly targeted. I think as an estimate by Centre for Sustainable Energy in a report they carried out for Citizens Advice in 2015, that it was only about 12% of those receiving the winter fuel payment were actually fuel poor. That doesn't help those who are indeed suffering, as has been very eloquently expressed, and I think that falls into two groups. One is those who are eligible for pension credit and not claiming it, hence the incredible importance of the take-up campaign and support to encourage. I absolutely relate to what Councillor Butler said about those who are not being reached by the relevant services and taking up the support that is there. But the other group, I think has already also been mentioned, is those who narrowly miss out on pension credit. And this is an issue, I think, for thresholds being too low across the whole of the social welfare system, and is something that, again, that many of us will be pushing for with this government or any government to try and improve that and update it and bring it more into line with the reality of what people are facing now. It's a huge issue and one I think we could talk about a great deal, and I think there's much more we have in common across the chamber. There are political issues here about the way it's being phrased, but I think we actually are probably of one voice in our concern about people suffering from fuel poverty and our wish to do something about it. So I just wanted to make one very final quick comment, which is the only long-term way to actually protect people from fuel poverty is to improve the energy efficiency of their homes and to insulate them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Neil? Yeah. Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. And it does seem like there's a lot of common thinking in the Chamber that fundamentally this policy needs to be rethought. The amendment that actually brings this forward I find extraordinary, because we actually include a sentence that our residents will be noting, which essentially says that the council applauds the council. Brilliant. In the middle of what is actually something we should be completely focused on, we actually insert language of that nature. We applaud ourselves. I mean, who are we kidding? This is absolutely, it's dripping in self-satisfaction and self-congratulation. It's completely inappropriate. I do believe that the highest earners should not be receiving winter fuel allowance. In fact, I believe that the highest earners, the money that would be saved through targeted intervention in that way, that money should go to younger people who are struggling with their heating bills. This is not to say that I think that a blanket approach is right, however. Does this not remind us of other badly thought through blanket imposition of badly thought through policies? We know where this ends up. It's a right royal mess. I admire Councillor Griffith's Mystic Meg approach, telling us what the upcoming budget will hold or what it will not hold. I hope that stands through the course of the next few weeks. And it does strike me that it's very clear from what we've heard from our colleagues on the other side that you, as Labour councillors, are directly refuting what the Labour MP from Monmouthshire has made her view known publicly. So it would be very good to viewer to perhaps get in touch with her and tell her that she's wrong. I think what really sticks in the craw behind this as well is the months of morality preaching, the humble assertions of honesty and integrity, the expressions of support for the most vulnerable in the run-up to the election, the general election. And it's taken barely 2 months for our Prime Minister to become Starmer the granny harmer. It's a great pace of change, and it does the government and, of course, our pensioners no good whatsoever. We must do all that we can to press the government to make change to this badly thought through policy. At the very least, it needs to be given, we need to give our older people sufficient notice of such change. In other words, not to impose it this winter, but to, if they're going to make changes, to do that next year. It will make barely any difference in terms of the fiscal change over the course of this Parliament. And therefore, I do believe that those are changes that we should be focused on, and absolutely not focused on bringing forward into our own motion expressions of self-congratulation when we should be focused on something which is really very badly thought through policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Have a moment of personal explanation on that point.
Okay, but that only applies if you have been incorrectly quoted, or badly misinterpreted.
Well,
it's not a chance to add add to what you already said?
No, it's purely an explanation because I think Councillor Neil has misunderstood what I've said. Obviously, he's very well aware that as when we say in a motion, this council, we're talking about this chamber of 46 elected members. And when we refer to this council then applauding the work of the council, we're talking about Monmouthshire County Council in terms of the work of the officers. I think that's a fairly clear distinction. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear to those listening, and I would have thought Councillor Neil would have understood that.
Okay, I think maybe you're a bit lucky to get away with that one, but there we go. Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. So I'm understanding that we mostly agree, all of us. This policy to date does not appear to help those just above the threshold. It needs to be assessed in another way. Maybe by tax or whatever, but I understand the need to try and get a low-cost assessment, and obviously more complex will cost more money and probably more than will be saved. But it needs to be tapered. We need it to be tapered to those just above the threshold, and MCC are working hard to help those who are entitled but are not currently getting pension credit, and they should be applauded for that. Thank you very much, and please continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I think my concern about the amended motion is this idea of applauding the council, because I think the change and the removal of the winter fuel payment will have caused pensioners a great deal of distress, and to add that sort of language within the motion I don't feel appropriate. I think the original motion, which said about a locally led council, what did it say? Let's check again. Agreed to bring forward a council-led local awareness campaign about eligibility for pension credit may help our poorest residents to assess the winter fuel payment. I think that neutral language was far more appropriate in view of the fact of the distress that this change has caused across the UK in relation to the winter fuel payment. And I think the problem is that even a local awareness campaign, the problem is a number of pensioners, aren't necessarily aware of the social media or able to see what's going on or drop in events or anything like that. I'm thinking about pensioners who are housebound and so forth may well not be aware of any campaign on pension credit, and the number of questions asked will be too overwhelming for them to actually apply for pension credit. And I don't know, for example, in relation to, I understand that the government is offering a very small amount to local councils to help with support, but again they're probably based on benefits as opposed to those just above the threshold, which doesn't help those who are really struggling. So I don't think the amendment is appropriate, and I intend to abstain, not because I don't agree with the motion in general, but because I don't agree with the changes that have been made. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chair. I think the important phrase here is that it applauds the work that the Council and its partners are doing to support residents vulnerable to fuel poverty. I've had the privilege in several roles and over more years than I care to think of being involved in anti-poverty partnerships in this county, and they have been effective partnerships. The housing associations, the credit union, the council in its several departments of the council, because we all know that the council does not function always as one single whole, but as numerous departments and facets of work. And also increasingly now, I'm delighted that we now have an energy efficiency agency working in the area, because, as Councillor Maybe said, answer to fuel poverty is not to bung people a few quid every now and again so that they can pay ever-increasing gas bills, but to do two things. One, to bring down those bills in the long term by the rapid decarbonisation of the grid, which I know which the new government is working so hard on, and also to insulate homes. And I think there we are seeing a step change. So I think we would all urge anybody in Monmouthshire who is worried about their fuel bills this winter to get help with their finances and see if they're what they are eligible for, whether that is winter fuel allowance and pension credit, whether that is the discounts that are available from the fuel suppliers, which are not often advertised but are there very much there. There are rebates of varying kinds, and also to see if they can improve the energy efficiency of their home through that independent advice and very often funded insulation or improvements to heating systems. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that. Are there any other hands? I just lost the hands on my screen. Councillor Easton, is it? Okay, Councillor Easton, please.
I got my mic off. Quite simple, Chair. I think this has gone round and round in circles. When I reached a certain age, I had 25 pence extra for my pension. And people are talking about the triple lock as being very generous. Some years ago, it wasn't very generous. It's a national agreement which was built up by the pension organisations. I personally think the system at the moment is not good. I don't need the £300, but the people in my ward who do need the £300. And to put it on a political complex, one family said to me, "We voted Tory some while or Conservative some while ago, and they took the television licence off us. We voted Labour this time, and they've taken the fuel payment off us. So there's no square field on this. I would ask for a vote. Thank you, Chair."
Thank you. Now, Councillor John, I think yours is the right to reply, yes? Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, I'm getting contradictory advice here. It is Councillor John's right to reply. Yeah.
27.
Yeah. 27.2022. So it's Councillor John's right to reply. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't sure whether I've raised my hand because I wasn't sure whether Councillor Chandler would be summing up because his amendment to the motion was.
I'm aware of the curious situation, but I am, and I would sympathise with the other way of looking at it, but I am strongly advised that this is the way it's done. Okay. Thank you.
I'm content with that, Chair. Thank you. Well, I am disappointed that the administration has effectively watered down our motion. I don't like at all the backslapping that's been introduced, and I'm also disappointed that the wording has been changed on the bullet point about writing to the Chancellor. I mean, I don't know whether anyone in the administration wants to nod or shake their head to confirm whether a letter will be sent from this council to the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Presumably that's why you've taken out the point about writing a letter. I think that's a real shame because it was an opportunity for us all to send a very clear message that we disagree with this decision, that we are concerned about the harm that this is going to inflict on some of the poorest and most vulnerable residents in our county. And many of you have recognised that hardship. So it's that much more disappointing that you're not prepared to speak out much more loudly and clearly and encourage other councils to do the same, to send a message to the UK government that this is not acceptable, that this is going to cause significant hardship to our residents. And I thought Councillor Butler was really eloquent in setting out what some of those hardships could be, and obviously really hope that those don't come to pass. But we are really concerned about the impact this is going to have on the people we represent, and we feel it is an important aspect of our role as councillors to stand up for our residents, to defend the most vulnerable from policies that are going to have significant harm for them. So I'm disappointed by the amendment, and I hope that given what a number of Labour members have said, that in perhaps the private discussions they have with colleagues, and I'm sure a number of you are going up to the Labour Party conference in Liverpool at the weekend, I hope you'll be having private conversations with senior people and making it very clear that the people of Monmouthshire do not agree with this decision, and that you will be doing all you can to encourage your colleagues to change their mind on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor John. We now move to a vote on the motion as amended.
Chair, can I just say we've only got 4 and accept again? Or oh, thank you.
No. Okay, right. Okay, yes, that's carried. Yep. Right, that's carried. With we still one or two people voting. Just right. Yeah, it's a moving target on this screen. Right. Yeah, I think we're there. Yeah, yes, that is clearly carried. Thank you. Right, we now move on to item 7.3, motion again in the name of Councillor Richard John on independent schools. Do we have a seconder for that? Right, is that Councillor Neil? Yeah, okay, Councillor Neil as the seconder. Right, Councillor John.
Thank you, Chair. So one of the very first decisions that the new Labour government took was to introduce VAT on private school fees. From January 2025, independent schools will no longer be exempt from paying 20% VAT. So why was this decision made? It was a flagship policy of the Labour Party going into the general election. I would say it's a dog whistle policy, clearly designed to appeal to the Corbynista core vote. It's a policy motivated by the politics of envy and a return to Labour class warfare. It's also a recycled policy. It's a policy that was very prominent in Michael Foot's 1983 general election manifesto, dubbed the longest suicide note in history, and of course led to one of Labour's worst ever election defeats. It's a policy aimed at holding the Labour Party together, a sop for the extreme hard left, because Keir Starmer has abandoned so many of the commitments that he made when he took over from the man that you all tried to make Prime Minister on 2 occasions, Jeremy Corbyn, who himself went to private school. Keir Starmer went to Reigate Grammar School, which now charges £23,000 a year. A motion to Labour conference in 2019, backed by the then Shadow Chancellor, called for all private schools in the UK to be forcefully closed. So we now know what a lot of Labour activists and politicians' real agenda is. It's designed to take choice away from parents, because Labour members don't believe in the rights of parents to choose what is best for their children. You believe that children should go to school where the state tells you. I don't think Labour politicians understand the importance of parental choice, the fact that no one knows a child as well as their parents do. You don't think that parents should have a choice. You believe that choice is elitist. That's why the Welsh Government has moved away from categorisation for schools and assessment performance data, because it gives parents accessible information about school standards. But choice is important. It drives up standards and encourages aspiration. Each pupil who attends private school saves the state sector up to £6,000, what it would cost to send them to state school. Now, 12% of school-age pupils here in Monmouthshire attend schools in the independent sector. That's double the national average, so the effects of this decision will be felt more keenly here. Labour claimed that this policy will generate around £1.7 billion a year, but have failed to explain how this sum was calculated. The think tank, EDSK, found that this figure fails to take into account the additional costs to the taxpayer of some children being forced out of private education into the state sector. However, if just 5% of pupils left the private sector, the VAT hike would raise just £1 billion annually, while a worst-case scenario in which a quarter of children leave the sector, the policy could actually end up costing taxpayers money. The Independent Schools Council has predicted that just over 10.5% of private school pupils are likely to be withdrawn from the private system and moved into the state sector within the first year of that VAT charge being introduced, with a further 6.5% decline in pupil numbers within the following 4 years. There's no precedent for a policy like this, so it's very difficult to quantify what the impact would be. In Monmouth, Haberdashers Monmouth Schools is the biggest employer in the town, employing over 400 members of staff. The impact of this decision on local jobs will be difficult to quantify, but there's a real risk that this policy could lead to job losses at local independent schools. So perhaps Monmouthshire County Council's representative on the governing body of haberdashers can explain to us the implications of this policy locally and tell us whether he's been standing up for the school by arguing against this policy within the Labour Party. I think it's particularly callous to introduce this policy halfway through an academic year, knowing that some families will have no option but to move their children in January when the fees increase. This will cause considerable disruption to children's education and will split them up from their peer groups. We know that many Monmouthshire schools have few or even no surplus places in certain year groups, and there may not be capacity for some private pupils to move into the state sector at their nearest or catchment school. If pupils move into the state sector in January or soon afterwards, they may be too late to be included in the pupil level annual school census, meaning that the school would not receive any additional funding for those extra pupils for another 2 years, thereby reducing the per pupil school funding. An influx of previously private schools into the state sector will increase class sizes and put more pressure on teachers. And what happens when class sizes increase? It's often the poorest pupils who lose out, pupils who need that extra one-to-one support. A number of Monmouthshire schools are oversubscribed, while others are full in certain year groups, which again risks splitting up siblings and peer groups, causing further disruption to children's education. There are other aspects of education which also don't attract VAT, and there are concerns that these too could be under threat in future. Services closely related to education, such as school dinners, transport and field trips, are all exempt from VAT, as is private tuition in subjects taught in school and the teaching of English as a foreign language by commercial providers. Earlier this year, a prominent Labour MP said, "The nub of this debate is about the quality of education received by the 93% of children who attend state schools in relation to the quality of education received by a privileged 7% of children." So that's equality for you. Labour's aim is for all children to be equal, even if that means driving down standards. Instead of aspiring to raise standards in the state sector, they want to reduce standards in the independent sector, because you can't have people doing well and succeeding in life. If the government wants to tax high earners, they should do it through the tax system, not by taxing education and penalising children. These changes will be disproportionately felt by those families who can only just afford school fees. And the very wealthy will continue to be able to afford paying, which will make private schools even more elite. Some private schools are small, with tight margins. This change could force some small schools to close, thereby forcing even more pupils into the state sector where there may not be school places for them. So today, I'm calling on the administration to publish plans to mitigate the impact of this policy on Monmouthshire children, including in terms of local school places and supporting children whose education may be disrupted. Education policies should be designed around what is in the best interests of children, not the narrow political interests of the Labour Party and keeping hardline extreme Corbynistas in the Labour Party tent.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Neil, you were a seconder. Do you want to speak to it now, or do you want to reserve your right?
Yes, thank you, Chair. To say that there's been so much focus on the political preference of this government, preferences of this government, and in this case to tax education, and almost no assessment of the impact on families and particularly on children who will be forced to change schools. This can be at a critical point, such as key stages 3 and 4, key years in a child's education. Has the administration carried out any form of an impact study on the effects of this policy on those children who are most affected? Or are they not important if they simply come from homes where there are higher incomes in the perception of the Labour government? Why pick on the youngest? There is no VAT charged on tuition fees to those private businesses that we call universities. So is this the next one in line? And if it's not, why would we be so selective as to pick on the youngest in society to be affected? Thank you. I support Councillor John's motion.
Thank you. Councillor Graucut.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, let me say that there is a very clear role for independent schools in our system. I have worked in schools that have blown me away. The expertise of staff in working with children with a wide range of need and disability. That is not the same as saying that we support independent schools per se, although I accept that if you've got enough money in your pocket, you could buy your place for your child. When we look at outcomes of the thousands of independent schools that exist in Britain and compare like performance of children in mainstream schools, I doubt you'd find very much difference. The idea that you buy your child a better education than their neighbour's child, I think is fairly fallacious. I think that looking at history, the background of many of these schools dates back to when parents worked in the Empire and Britain needed thousands and thousands of adults to go and run the Indian subcontinent, for example, leaving their children behind in independent schools. Those days, thankfully, are long gone. And the requirement for buying a child's education has long gone. Let's look at this motion. It expresses concern about the disruption to children's schooling that's likely to be caused by the UK government's policy. By perhaps increasing the number of children in our local authority schools, where they will receive education in Wales's groundbreaking national curriculum, where each school will have a school improvement partner and be supported by a local authority hell-bent on raising standards to the best possible level. That does not exist in small private schools. They exist to make a profit for their proprietors. And the motion goes on, it instructs the administration to publish plans to mitigate the impact of the policy. That suggests the policy would have a negative impact, that it is wrong. Let me make it clear to members in this chamber that the administration stands fully behind the Labour Party's policy. We would welcome the addition of VAT to schools. And the overwhelming evidence suggests that if you as a family can afford £40,000 for your child's education, you would also be able to afford £45,000. And that money could be used to better use in supporting our wider society. But let me reassure Councillor John that here in Monmouthshire we have a system certainly of which I am very proud, and I think when he did my job in Cabinet he would have said he was proud as well. It did not belittle it. And the idea that I defend our Monmouthshire schools because I'm a Corbynista would cause hilarity in my own party, let alone wider communities. So let me give some hard facts. So far, we have had 9 applications to move from the private sector to our maintained schools, and that represents 0.01% of the population of children in Monmouthshire. We have 13,000 places available. And a surplus capacity of around 2,000 places. These will be welcoming children from the independent sector, where they will benefit from a fantastic national curriculum, where they will benefit from schools in a shire county that is pledged to raise standards and that is promising to enable schools to provide every child the ability to reach their full potential. We will benefit tremendously from children moving from the private sector. We welcome them, and we will give them just as good, and in my opinion, very often better than they are getting currently. Chair, I see no reason at all why we should be working to sustain people's ability to send their children to private education. If they want to, fair enough, but in Monmouthshire, we are proud of our schools, and we will give those children a damn good education if they would like to come to one of our local maintained community schools.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Buckler, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bringing us back to the British Empire, as Councillor Grocott does, is an example of Labour Party's outmoded and outdated campaign in class warfare. It shows us that this is what they're doing by putting 20% onto school fees. It's all about that. Bringing in punitive legislation sort of based on punishing parents who want to do the best for their children, often with great sacrifices made by their families, seems mean-spirited and vindictive, and based on a spurious reason to appease the left-wing activists. It will actually disadvantage children who are in the state education system. Parents on the average wages in Monmouthshire will find it impossible to find the extra 20% on fees. There will inevitably be more children trying to access state education places with no prospect for a budget increase, bearing in mind our constraints. Monmouthshire independent schools are an integral part of this county. They are a draw, and young people who have been to these schools are a credit to this county, and they are extremely proud to have gone to them. Our own MP, Catherine Fuchs, benefited by her parents' wish to do the very best for their child and sent her to Godolphin, an independent school. It seems ungrateful that she doesn't think the benefits she receives should be given to other young people. I was talking the other day to a farming family, to a grandmother who was virtually on the in tears, telling me that her daughter had had to take her 2 children out of state primary school because they were being bullied unmercifully, and it was distressing for the whole family. They'd managed to find the money to put their children into schools in Monmouth, and the transformation was terrific. She was saying that they would not be able to afford a 20% increase, and it was going to change those children's lives. Citing £40,000 is really, incendiary. Most parents who send their children to private schools struggle to send their children to day school, which is exactly what happens in Monmouthshire. And I'd like to know what strategies are the council putting in place to mitigate this. We all need to be assured that the best interests of our children are being adhered to.
Thank you, Councillor Buckler. Councillor Bromfield, please.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I have to agree with everything my colleagues have already said. I found Councillor Grocot's contribution highly offensive to Monmouthshire residents, but you seem intent on offending Monmouthshire residents today, which I'm sure people will let you know their feelings on. I would like to seek assurance from the administration that in next year's budget round, school budgets will be protected, because you did ask schools to make nearly £1 million of efficiency savings this budget round, and luckily we had a Conservative Prime Minister who did give us a lifeline this year. So if you could just give assurances that school budgets are going to be protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas, please.
Diolch, Is Cadeirydd. Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm afraid I cannot support this motion as it stands. In my opinion, independent schools may have been charitable institutions in the distant past, but they now, probably 100% almost, are profit-making organisations or businesses who do not deserve to avoid paying VAT. Other businesses have to pay VAT. There is no excuse. And certainly I don't want to see an end to independent schools. If people wish to send their children to independent schools, that is their choice. But in reality, independent schools have had to pay increases in wages and salaries to their staff year on year. They readily pass on those increases, which doesn't appear to have an effect on their recruitment and retention of pupils. In reality, until the end of the 19th century, the 1870 Foster Act, that was the first time that the state actually intervened to provide education for children from ordinary backgrounds, people who could not pay to send their children to private schools. And since that intervention, obviously, we've got to a place now where we provide education free at the point of delivery, and it is not dependent on parental income, parental salary. Independent schools, in reality, perpetuate the class system in the UK, and they give an unfair advantage to the pupils who actually attend them. You look at the percentage of people in law, High Court judges, and so on, Foreign Office, it's proliferated with people who come from private schools because their parents happen to have the money to be able to do it. Independent schools are totally now out of kilter in this century. They expect taxpayers, many of whom are on quite low incomes, to actually subsidise the private education of people who come from quite affluent backgrounds. Certainly, speaking on a personal level, I've always been grateful for the maintained education sector in this country. I've benefited from it, my siblings did, my wife, my kids, and certainly my 3 children have been through the maintained sector as I have. And they have benefited from the quality of education, both in the English medium sector and the Welsh medium sector in Monmouthshire. And therefore, I just cannot agree with this motion. I think it is totally erroneous. Diolch yn fawr. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor, you've already spoken, so we'll pass on to Councillor Brocklesby.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to declare an interest to begin with, which I've never hidden and never would. My daughter went to Haberdasher's Monmouth School for Girls on a scholarship and bursary. She did so because of my job. She needed a place of boarding, And there is only one state boarding school in Wales, St Bridget's Convent in Denbighshire, which is too far away from family and friends. So I did make a choice. However, to sit here and hear the assumption that the only parents who appear to make sacrifices for their children are those who send their children to enter independent school is beyond belief. I'll tell you what sacrifice is. Sacrifice is those parents in Monmouthshire, in Wales, in the UK, are doing 2-3 jobs to make sure that their kids have the clothes to go to school, to make sure that their kids get fed to go to school, who will make sacrifices for that tuition which isn't VAT. Right, so their kids get the best opportunities, get support with language, can go and do extracurricular activities. That's real sacrifice. And when I chose to make that choice for a boarding school, she left a school in Swansea which had far better results than the school she went to. Let us not assume that somehow the independent sector will give you a better education or a better life. And let's not assume that those parents make greater sacrifice than any other parents. There is no correlation between sacrifice and choice. Secondly, and I will say, while my daughter was at school there, I was very happy if we'd gone on to VAT. I have always supported VAT going on independent schools. I didn't think my choice meant that I could start fighting against that, because that is how it should be. There should be a level playing field between maintained schools and independent schools. We shouldn't be giving them extra support so people can go there. We should really, as we know, working for the quality of education for the majority of our pupils. And as Councillor Grocott said, and I support every word that he did say, we strive and we strove with the last administration to give the best education possible for all the children, irrespective of their backgrounds or their needs, within Monmouthshire schools. And that's something we should be proud of. I really worry, Councillor John, that you seem to be committed to a path of scaremongering when a new government has only been in place for, 77 days? Correct me if I'm wrong. And has made no indication in its manifesto that it would extend VAT to any other part of the school or within the main sector. To shed fear on our population, who are battling in other ways to support their children, seems to me no way to behave. I am against this motion, and I urge everyone else to vote against it. And I would urge everyone else to consider education in the round, education of the majority, supporting those in our maintained schools. Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bond, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like, first of all, to show some balance in responding to the example that Councillor Buckler got, suggested that bullying may be greater in state schools, but not ever in, or not in this case, in private or independent schools. I don't think that is a correlation at all, from what I understand and what I've heard from previous people. And that the point is, independent schools are not charities. They may have been a long time ago, but we've improved since then, and we've got more equal in our society, which is a wonderful thing. And therefore, if they're not charities, they shouldn't get the benefits of charities. And any inclusion of scholarships, could they possibly be to raise the results a little bit, get the intelligent people with less money, maybe? I don't know. As Councillor Thomas has said, private schools promote the class system, and that mentioned massive impact on attainment and success. We need good chances and education for all our benefits, for the future of our country and the success of our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Councillor Brown, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think my concern is obviously with regard to the impact on the education budget as such, because obviously somebody in private education basically means no cost to the local authority in terms of the schooling side, and obviously also in relation to the home to school transport, which we were discussing this morning. And although we hear that they're relatively low numbers, we obviously don't know of those needs of those people and how far they will need to be transported to get the local state education. So that is actually an additional cost. The other question I want to ask about is I did read that there was a High Court case challenging, because independent schools also are special schools as well, and a parent has challenged this decision, and it's been taken to the High Court in relation to special schools and the fees in relation to those having VAT on them, because I think in this particular parent's case, from what I read, it actually said that this special needs education couldn't be provided elsewhere. So I wanted to ask the question, we pay for special schools, we pay, I've heard recently that it was in relation to when we were discussing the pupil referral unit, that for special needs it can be as much as £75,000 per year. Will we be paying VAT on that? And so what is the financial situation with regard to the extra costs involved in relation to special needs, or will we get that VAT refunded? And I'm not sure about that. And as far as the comments that Councillor Bond made, if you look at the basic charity law, education has always been a charitable purpose, and obviously the Labour government are changing that perspective, but it is also, we're not just talking about the sort of mainstream private education, we're also talking about special needs schools and faith schools, and there are sort of European laws to do with allowing parents to have their children educated according to their faith or philosophical convictions, provided this doesn't have a resource implication. So I think it's a broader span than we're actually talking about, and I'd like to understand what the financial implications are in relation to the fact that we haven't got a special needs school in Monmouthshire and we pay independent schools for that provision. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Callard, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Firstly, I'd like to applaud Councillor John in managing the most tenuous link that charging VAT on private school fees will negatively affect the poorest children in our society. It's the biggest stretch at trickle-down economics that I've ever heard, that those in poverty should feel grateful that the rich don't use their schools lest their education be diluted. You know, I've got real issue with the idea that because I can't afford a private education for my children, I don't want what's best for them. I find it offensive. You talk about taking people's choice away, but you need to ask yourself, who is it a choice for? And in reality, you know, we're not saying, you know, the policy is that people cannot be privately educated. It's that they need to pay tax on the cost of that private education. I don't think that's such a big ask. Councillor Buckler mentions how average earners in Monmouthshire won't be able to stretch to the extra cost. I think she must live in a different world. How many average earners in Monmouthshire have an extra 20k kicking around to pay to educate one of their children? You know, it's such a stretch for me. And just finally, I'd also like to ask the opposition group how much time they plan to spend in this council debating matters of the Westminster government over which we have no control and limited influence. I'd like to note that when the Conservatives were in government, before their parliamentary party was reduced to less than 130 MPs, we didn't have any motions about Westminster policy. So I'd like them to reflect on that, and for us to reflect on the good work that this council can do, and for it to use its time wisely.
Thank you. Councillor Riley, please.
Thank you, Chair. To be honest, most of the points that I wanted to make, Councillor Cullard has already made. So I won't go into much depth here. But I did find some of the things that Councillor John said to be offensive. It's not about the politics of envy. It is about equality, and that equality relates also to choice. How many people have the choice to send their children to public schools, not private schools, public schools. What I would also like to say is about the advantage that money can. We're not taxing the children, we're taxing a business, but money gives children a significant advantage. And as I've said, choice is limited when you're paying for education. I'm very proud that my daughter got into Oxford from a comprehensive school in Torvine. And I do find these sort of comparisons quite offensive. 5% of children while she was there were from a state school. And when she actually went for interview, the Oxford told me that they found her to be very, very, very clever. But they knew they were taking a chance on her because they needed everybody to get her first. And she was so far behind educationally, although she was very clever. So I'm grateful that they took a chance on her, but I think all this talk about envy and Corbynistas to be extremely offensive. So I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Butler, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I think I would like to now. It's very clear that there are some very polarised views in here. I didn't myself receive a private education. I'm the product of state education, I should say. But I think there is something that we can all agree on here, that not everyone who sends their child to a private school can really afford to do so. I think there is some agreement around the room on that. Referencing some of what Councillor Brown said, I'm aware of parents who have scraped everything together to send their child who has additional learning needs to a private school because they did not feel that they were being adequately served by our state schools. And it's really every single one of us who has children knows that what we really want is the school to provide care, attention. We want our children to thrive and to achieve. And I don't think there's anyone in this room who's going to disagree with that. But I do despair, really, because I fear that the result of this new policy might well be the removal of children. And some of those parents may well choose to self-educate because they've lost trust with the safe state system. Really, there are many reasons why people choose private education. And I'm really concerned, actually, at the rising levels of home education of children. And I think we're losing a bit of focus here about that. I don't really want to see any child taken out of the system, and I fear that that's what may happen. Really, we should be focusing on what's best for the child. We want our children to thrive. And I've got a genuine question here. I don't know if anybody can answer this. I'm referring to after-school clubs, for example. And I know that there's a private company called Playworks who run a lot of after-school clubs in Monmouthshire and in the wider Gwent area. Will they have to be charging an extra 20%? I really don't know the answer to that, because I know in my own village that parents are already finding that charge prohibitive, and I think 20% more would be a bit too much. So that's a real question. I'm not trying to make mischief. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watts, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Unsurprisingly, I didn't have a private education. I went to Goldie-Cock Comprehensive. In fact, the Chair was one of my history teachers, so I apologise for letting him down or embarrassing him in any way. But what the teachers at that school did is basically educate us in a way where we understood, or we were allowed to understand, that equality of opportunity isn't just a state of fairness, it's a state of mind, really, Chair. I'd also like to say, if I can pay tribute to Councillor Tudor Thomas, it's probably one of the best speeches he ever made in this chamber, if I can say that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Caught me by surprise there, Councillor Watts. I will resist the temptation to comment on your progress in school. But I do have a fair amount of dirt that might be shared at one stage. There we go. Right. Councillor Garrick, please.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. I'm wholesale disappointed in the standard of this debate. It's lodged firmly somewhere in the 20th century with incredibly outdated notions of modern politics and modern society and a class system which very few people understand, particularly in Wales. I'm also disappointed with some of the responses as well, in terms of how many thousands of excess places we have and how everything is wonderful, when the reality is I'm receiving emails from chairs of governors begging for this council to spend money it's allocated to them to improve the schools that they have been asked to expand. I am seeing my children attending our schools where we are now teaching mathematics in classes of 60. I don't think either side of this debate has any legs to stand on.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't see any more hands, so I'll pass over to Councillor John to respond and would reply.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, I'm disappointed to have the answer that the administration is not looking at an impact assessment of the impact of this policy on Monmouthshire children. And of course, it is going to have a significant impact on children who live in Monmouthshire. That's why it's important that we bring issues like this to this chamber, because of the impact it's going to have on our state system, where a number of our schools are already oversubscribed in certain year groups. I was interested to hear Councillor Grocott say that paying for education is wrong, yet of course it was his party that introduced tuition fees and then top-up fees in universities. I also thought it was really insulting, the point he made, that independent schools primarily exist to make profits, not to deliver the highest possible academic standards. And of course we should be really proud that in this county we've got those internationally recognised beacons of fantastic education standards. They add enormous value to our county, and trying to introduce this warfare whereby we want to try and force families out of the independent sector, because that's what you're doing. It's not about the point Councillor Grocott made, which was we'll welcome pupils into the state sector. You are deliberately forcing families to move their children out of the independent sector. It's a deliberate policy that you're pursuing, and it's based on class warfare, and I think it's really unpleasant. The leader accused me of fear-mongering, saying that there's nothing in the manifesto about adding VAT elsewhere. Well, of course, there was nothing in the Labour manifesto about cutting the winter fuel payment, but we know that pensioners in Monmouthshire are now going to be feeling the harm that that's going to cause. So I really don't like this sense that the administration are trying to push, that this is about the state sector versus the independent sector. I went to a very good comprehensive school that I'm really proud of the education I had, and I spent 4 years as the Cabinet Member for Education, and I had an incredible insight into the fantastic work that all our school staff do. In my first year in that role, I visited every single school in the county. I went on a tour of the school, I met the pupils, I had a cup of tea with the head teacher, often with the chair of governors as well, and it gave me such a fantastic insight into the incredible work that they do. So I'm really proud of the school system we have in Monmouthshire. But of course, that's not to say that there aren't challenges, and Councillor Garrick alluded to some of those. Inevitably, there are concerns about standards across Wales, particularly given the year after year, the PISA results we've been seeing, where Wales is consistently propping up the UK league table. That's really concerning for parents, because we want the state system in Wales to aspire to be amongst the best. And the fact that we're continually falling down and standards are declining after 25 years of a Labour government that has said education is important, it's really, really disappointing. So I think there are concerns that need to be addressed. And of course, part of that problem is the level of per pupil funding, which is consistently lower in Wales, hundreds of pounds per pupil lower in Wales than it is across the border. So for a local authority like us on the border with England, that's a real concern, and it's a consideration for parents. But they should be able to make the choice, because they know what is best for their children. So I'm really disappointed by the response from the administration. I think, again, this is another policy that's being pursued by the UK government that's going to cause harm to a number of our residents, particularly some of the most vulnerable in the school system. And I really hope that they have time now to reconsider before the harm that we are concerned this policy could make. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor. We'll now move to a vote on the motion, please, for you. I got 20, 30, oh, there we go, 22, 23. Right, with one abstention. That falls then. 24. Okay, everyone's ready. Right, thank you. It appears that everybody's voted, so that motion is defeated. Thank you, everybody. Right, it's now, oh, you're very close. It's just 1 minute past 5:30. So we'll have 14 minutes break this time as punishment, and we'll start again at 5:45. Thank you very much.
I think that is it. Just let me check a.
Sue, we can hear you. You're on the speaker. You're not on mute. Have a good time. Bye. drinks. Shouldn't we do this? That was the 13th.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we can take our seats, we'll push on. See if we can get home before dark. Winter draws on. Right. Right. If we're ready, we'll move then into item 8, members' questions. And the first question is from Councillor Jackie Strong to Councillor Paul Griffiths.
Thank you, Chair. So my question to the Cabinet Member is, can the Cabinet Member for Planning and Economic Development give an update on the work done by MCC to facilitate the opening of a post office in County Town Centre? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Strong. It pleases me to be able to report to Council that the new post office in Caldicot Town Centre is expected to open on Monday the 14th of October. It's in the former store known as Country Flowers at 4 Holman House in the centre of Caldicot. Members will recall that the previous post office in the centre of Caldicot closed when its host premise itself closed. So one of the first challenges was to find an alternative premise, and the council took the initiative and negotiated with Monmouthshire Housing Association, who own Holman House, to reserve a unit there for the use of a post office. Obviously that wasn't the end of the challenge. You then had to find a business willing to occupy the premise. And so the council worked in partnership with Post Office Limited on a promotional campaign to market the opportunity to local businesses of opening a post office on these premises. It was a successful campaign, and a new business, I've written here postmaster. That doesn't sound like the right phrase in modern times. A new manager and owner of the post business will come into that premise. In undertaking that work as a council, we were able to use the support of the Welsh Government's placemaking grant programme, and we are providing grant funding to the new post business to refurbish the unit that's been made available so that it can be brought back into use for the specific purpose. And that refurbishment is currently underway. we're all aware, and we'll see it elsewhere in Monmouthshire, and it'll provide challenges, that financial services are leaving high streets throughout the globe, not just the United Kingdom. And Caldecott was facing the brunt of that market change. This is an excellent example, I suggest, of how a council can work with local communities, local businesses, to correct what we may regard as market failure and ensure that this service continues in the public interest.
Thank you, Councillor. Supplementary from Jackie Strong.
Thank you, Chair. I'm being a bit cheeky, really, but I will get down to a question shortly.
Quickly, please.
I'm sure my fellow councillors in Caldecott and Sevenside, as well as the residents, small business and groups in Caldecott and beyond, will be really relieved at the news that there will be finally a replacement post office in our village. And I say village, purposefully, because we all view it as Caldecott village, the village. But then my question is, can I ask that the Cabinet member conveys our thanks on behalf of those residents and my fellow councillors to Frances O'Brien and her colleagues for the sterling work that they've done on this. I know that I've bombarded her every time I've bumped into her in the corridor, and so have my fellow councillors. And additionally, so I would like also to wish her good luck in her new role, and it's our loss as Monmouthshire sort of elected members. So thank you very much, and thanks to the team, and I hope Paul can convey that to you as well.
Thank you, Paul. That's about the easiest supplementary you'll get this year.
I'm very pleased to convey the thanks to the whole team for the work that they've put into this. It's hard work. You don't always get the results you want when you try and shift the market, if you like. But this is one case where the efforts they've put in has had the result, and I'll convey the thanks of Councillor Strong for that.
Thank you. I gather that Frances has got one more meeting with us before she moves on, and I'm sure we'll all take the opportunity then to wish her well in the next stage of her career. So thank you. Right, question 8B from Councillor Faye Bromfield to Councillor Catherine Maybe.
Thank you. Can the Cabinet member please confirm what steps she has taken to combat the issue of ragwort?
Thank you for the question. It's an important question. I am aware that ragwort's been causing quite a lot of concern, and it does seem to be more widespread than normal this year. So I've been looking up the information about this to make sure I'm accurate. So ragwort is not classed as an invasive species, as it is native to the UK. It's very beneficial to wildlife and biodiversity. It supports a significant number of pollinators and insects, including the cinnabar moth and others which are recognised as internationally endangered, and these in turn are crucial to birds and mammals and hence an important part of our biodiversity. So in the right environment and where it causes no risk to grazing animals, ragwort is positive and should not be destroyed. However, ragwort is classed as an injurious weed, funny word, as it's poisonous to livestock. So I looked up Welsh Government information on dealing with injurious weeds. They have a specific code of practice on ragwort, which can be found in full on the Welsh Government website. But a key point seems to be that most grazing animals, such as cows, horses and sheep, will avoid eating common ragwort as it tastes bitter, so it's mainly in danger if it's included in hay or other feed. And the current advice, therefore, is that ragwort should only be removed from areas that are cultivated for haylage and feed, or where grazing is limited, so that basically there's not enough good stuff to eat, so they'll eat the ragwort. And so to support biodiversity and tackle the nature emergency, it is advised that common ragwort should be left in areas that are not cultivated. As such, the County Council doesn't have specific plan to clear ragwort from our road verges, for example. In general, those areas will be cut in accordance with normal cutting practice, and verge mowing on trunk and county roads is currently being undertaken, and this material is not used for hay or silage. But it is recognised that reductions in verge mowing over the last 12 years, coupled with reduction in the use of glyphosate, I'm never quite sure which way around that is, more recently may be a contributory factor in this year's growth. So large sections of ragwort have been manually removed where concerns have been raised that adjacent land is used for grazing. We don't currently have a role on insisting that private landowners take action. That's done via the rural inspector who comes under Welsh Government. And probably one further point that's worth making is that it's advised that members of the public don't attempt to remove plants or spray plants with any type of weed killer. It's dangerous to pull up the plants and leave them on the ground to decompose. The natural toxins in the plant can become concentrated, so more dangerous, and they could be eaten by animals that would normally avoid them. So I hope that answers the question. It's clearly a complicated area, but it's an important one. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bromfield.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was a really comprehensive and helpful answer, so I do appreciate you taking the time to go and research the plant. I know it's not invasive, but it is finding its way into hay and silage. It is growing into, well, spreading into farmers' fields from the verge sides. I understand it is the landowner's responsibility to remove ragwort, but I do think that we have a duty of care as Monmouthshire County Council to be reiterating and educating the issues of ragwort, the best ways to dispose of it, and how landowners can get rid of it responsibly, other than means of potentially burning that then could spread seeds, and it could be a bigger problem for next year. So I look forward to working with you on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there was actually a question there. Do you want to come back at all, or are you happy?
No, not really, except to say, yeah, absolutely, that makes a lot of sense. Thanks.
Okay, right, thank you. Right, you again, Councillor Bromfield, 8C. Yep.
Can the Cabinet Member provide an update on any discussions that the administration is having with Welsh Water regarding the health of our rivers?
Yes, certainly. So Monmouthshire County Council is directly engaged in water quality discussions on a regular basis within the USC and the Y partnerships and the Y Nutrient Management Board. And those discussions include Welsh Water, the regulatory agencies, neighbouring local authorities, farming and environmental groups. Myself and officers attend regular meetings of these groups. And we also have open lines of communication with all of those partners. A major focus for these discussions tends to be on the excess nutrients, the phosphates and nitrates, which are causing such damage to river diversity, but are not directly dangerous to humans. But I know you've also raised the issue around the risks of people swimming in rivers and bacteria. And I understand that bacteria can enter rivers from a number of sources. I could give you a lot more information about that if it's relevant now, but perhaps I can leave that to Chair.
Yeah. Thank you. Do you want to come back on that?
That's really, yeah, I'd love to have some more information. I'd like to know if you're having any conversations with Public Health Wales. I think it's important for us to know if people are getting ill from swimming in rivers or any sort of waterborne illnesses, really. But I also wonder if I could ask the Cabinet Member if she could update us as a council quarterly on discussions being held with Welsh Water, because I do think it's important for us to be well informed and you know what's going on, what Welsh Water are doing and what you're doing to hold Welsh Water to account, if that's possible. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Maybe?
Yeah, I'll try and work out an efficient way of doing that. But I do take your point that the information flow is not perhaps coming back. And both the USC and the Y partnerships themselves have stuff on their websites, but I ought to make sure that everybody knows where those are. What I will do also is I'll send you by email an update on the issue around the bacteria in the swimming, all the information I've been able to glean on that. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Right, 8D from County Councillor Tony Keir to Councillor Paul Griffiths.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Can Councillor Paul Griffiths, as Cabinet Member for Planning and Economic Development, update Council on the proposed county-wide review of car park charges that was mooted earlier in the year? Thank you.
So the car park review was not just mooted, but promised earlier in the year. A consultant has been appointed to support the review. I had been hoping that we could perhaps undertake the review without an external consultant, but I concluded that our current staff are running so hard to maintain the existing service that there wasn't the capacity to step back and review the framework of that service. The consultant is currently doing a base study, collecting data on current and historic usage. I'll be meeting the consultant next week. And be talking about how they move beyond that data collection to what I hope will be the most creative part of the process of engagement with communities, with businesses, with town and community councils, and with members, so that we can get a broad range of views on what is working, what may not be working in our current car parking provisions. If proposals for change were to emerge from that process, there would be a public consultation on any proposed change. To Councillor Keir from Usk, I've already met on the streets of Usk those who believe that there is some prior conclusion to the study that the review is coming with a view that this should happen or that should happen. That is not the case. There is no predetermined conclusion. We're collecting the data, then we do the engagement, and only then do we come to any conclusions.
Thank you. Councillor Keir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Griffiths, and thank you, first of all, for that reassurance, because I too have been contacted on a regular basis that this it is already predetermined, and I'm pleased that you've been able to confirm that. A recent survey that was undertaken by Usk Town Council of Usk residents, the visitors, the businesses and employees saw over 1,600 responses and 1,000 comments, with only 90% ballpark objecting to car parking charges. And that actually, those comments highlighted the significant issues and concerns for those people that were consulted. Can I ask what reassurances that you can further add and the Cabinet that such a huge number of responses and strong views will be taken into consideration in the consultation period, and that a charging regime won't be implemented simply to raise revenue? Thank you.
There are many objectives for any car park charging regime, and raising revenue is one, but only one of those. There is no conclusion, as I've said. I suggest, Councillor Keir, that if we undertook the same survey in any other part of the county, we would get the same result. So we'll take account of it, but I note that very few people favour paying charges when asked the question in that way.
Thank you. Moving on then to 8. Where are we? I've lost it now. 8D. Again, Councillor Keir to Councillor Griffiths. No, so it's 8E. Sorry, Councillor Keir to Councillor Griffiths again.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Please can Councillor Griffiths, as the Cabinet Member, advise of the current allocation of park and enforcement officers around Monmouthshire and the basis of the allocation, please. Thank you.
The civil parking enforcement team, the establishment for that team is currently 5 officers. but with sickness and annual leave, there are very rarely this number patrolling. I monitor this on a fairly regular basis, and very regularly the number is less than half of the 5 on the establishment. It is not, I suggest, a system that is working. The spread of those few officers across the county will lead to the situation where the optimum level of enforcement, village by village, town by town, is not taking place. I've ensured that the specifications for the review on car parks that is taking place includes a reflection on the regime for enforcement. There'll be very little point in amending, improving our regime for car parking and car parking restrictions if we can't find a more effective way of ensuring enforcement, and that will be part of the review.
Thank you. Councillor Keir.
Thank you very much, Councillor Griffiths. Yes, I'm not surprised by the comments that you make there, because sadly the lack of allocation of officer time in Usk has seen virtually little enforcement of double yellow line parking in Usk, which is part of the big issue, and it is becoming a big issue where people are parking even when there are spaces just down the road. Can I hear what you say with regards to the car parking review. Can I ask that you will work with myself and Councillor Howells as my fellow fellow County Council ward member to ensure that when this review takes place, there is a fairer allocation to Usk and a greater time is given to enforcement than is currently being spent in Usk. Thank you.
Certainly engage with yourself, Councillor Howells, and stakeholders in Usk on all aspects of the review. I wouldn't start from the premise, which your question implies, that Usk is somehow under-enforced compared to other parts of the county. I would probably start with the premise, unless proved otherwise, that it is equally under-enforced to all other parts of the county.
Thank you. Moving on then, again to Councillor Keir, this time to Councillor Grocott. Councillor Keir.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Could Councillor Grocott advise the reasons for the overcrowding on the school buses from Usk to Monmouth Comprehensive School this term?
Thank you, Councillor Keir. We're actually not aware of any incidents of overcrowding on school buses, and I suspect that by overcrowding you're referring to secondary learners travelling on public service vehicles where on occasions they have had to stand. The operating rules for public service vehicles permit passengers to stand on the vehicle as long as the capacity of the vehicle is not exceeded, and the drivers continually monitor that. We are currently allocating secondary learners to 3 public service vehicles to access Monmouth Comprehensive, but I think the question relates directly to the number 60 service, which is operated by Newport Bus. The capacity of the vehicles used on that journey is between 61 and 70, with seating capacity for 29 to 33 passengers. There are 29 learners who've been allocated bus passes on this service, and the estimated average fare-paying passenger numbers is 20, which equates to a total number of 49 passengers against a minimum capacity of 61. Therefore, there are no issues with overcrowding, although, albeit on occasions, I accept that learners are standing.
Thank you. Councillor Keir. Keir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Grocott. And can I just place on record here my thanks to Becky Pritchard for dealing with so efficiently the rather large number of complaints that have been sent forward with regard from us parents about this 60 bus route. I know Councillor Grocott will be aware of the Belt Up School Kids campaign that was started in 1993, dealing with safety belts on school buses and also the sort of legalised overcrowding which on public buses, which effectively relates to the standing issues that you just raised there. Those are the points that the parents have been raising with me, and the double standards that effectively are there in terms of MCC buses. People have a seat, and yet if they are allocated onto the public buses, then they have to stand. Noting that Newport Bus advised that following a complaint by pupils that the driving standard of one of the drivers was not acceptable, and that that driver has been referred to their training school and driving standards officer because of the manner in which the driver was transporting our pupils to Monmouth. Can I ask Councillor Grocott, what steps is he and his team taking to ensure that those driving standards and the safety of those pupils that are being transported and do have to stand is regularly reviewed, please? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Keir. I'm happy to give you the assurance that we do have officers in the passenger transport unit whose responsibility is to monitor on an unannounced basis whole elements of getting children to school, the capacity of the buses, the quality of the driving, the maintenance of the vehicles and so on. It's done on a regular basis, and I say unannounced, so that you can't dramatically improve your driving on the day you know you're going to be watched. So I hope that does give you confidence in the system. I was aware of the incident that you refer to, but the important thing is it was picked up. The driver has been sent for retraining, and I hope that that would never happen again. And I share the disquiet of parents whose children were perhaps on that bus at the time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Grocott, for that. And it is reassuring to hear that anonymous or unannounced inspection. I can pass that on to concerned parents, so thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Keir. Right, and our last question then from Councillor Pavia to Councillor Griffiths again, please. Councillor Pavia.
Yeah, thanks, Vice Chair. Can the Cabinet member provide an update on what the Council is doing to relieve traffic congestion in and around Chepstow?
Thanks, Councillor Pavia. The congestion in Chepstow, as we know, is a feature of daily life. It frustrates many of us who live in the town and many, many more who seek to move through the town. There is progress in some aspects, which I'm pleased to report to Council. After years of pressing the case, the Welsh Government agreed to commission a WellTag study, is now undertaking a WellTag study on the design, potential design for improvements at High Beach Roundabout. I suspect Councillor Pavia shares with me the experience of resident after resident, cafe after pub, sketching out on the serviette their design for the improvements at the roundabout. It'll be interesting for us all to see whether the professionals can add value to the residents' own designs. I look forward to seeing them. Last month we met the Welsh Government Cabinet Secretary Ken Skates. I say we, that's myself and Cabinet colleagues. We welcomed the High Beach WellTag study, but like Oliver Twist, we asked for much more. We made the case that the M48 would be far more productive if there was access to it from Roggett and from Caldicot. We had a different reception to 2 years ago. I'll leave you to consider why that may be. The reception we had this time was of a Cabinet Secretary who said he wanted to take a pragmatic approach and that he wanted to seek ways of making better use of the existing network. And he asked his officials to look at the case we were making for changes on the M48. So we'll await further dialogue on that. Railways are improving in Chepstow. Train frequency has improved markedly over the last 2 years. And by the end of the year, Transport for Wales will be delivering an hourly service for most of the day. When the cross-country service is included, there will be a half-hourly service for most of each day. That could be transformative. In addition, this is a recent announcement, Transport for Wales will next month be consulting on a fares proposal that caps the daily fare in the South Wales region to £7 and the weekly fare to £20. This covers not just Chepstow, of course, but the whole of the county. And again, that's something that many in this chamber have been pressing for, reduced charges on the railways. That will be a proposal open to consultation. As these changes take place, I think we all have the task of marketing what will become a higher quality, lower cost railway service with the objective to ensure that the market responds, that there is a take-up. On buses, we've all feared the threat of reduced funding for some time. I want to take this opportunity to commend Newport Bus for their range of new services in the Chepstow area. My own experience is one,
now, if you can, please, Councillor.
Protected service level, high quality, non-polluting electric vehicles, good timekeeping, excellent staff. Again, let's market it. So the congestion levels are still frustrating, but a lot is happening. Much more needs to be done.
Thank you. Councillor Pavia.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, really pleased to see the change in Welsh ministers with the new cabinet secretary as it been able to find the funding to take forward the next stage of the WellTag for High Beach. That's really welcome. And I hope, given the amount of information already gathered in various air quality, road and transport studies over the last decade, that this study will not take too long to sharpen up some of the key options for the council to assess. But in relation to what he said about the M48, you know, the recommendation to the Burns Commission was made in 2020, and it seems the Welsh Government has dragged its feet on taking up that recommendation to create a new access road. But again, I'm hoping that with the change in ministerial personnel that approach will be taken forward. I just would like some clarity on the funding for WellTag Stage 3 for Chepstow Bypass. I know we've publicly agreed that we'll take this forward with Gloucestershire County Council. I know the Cabinet member was looking at potentially finding some funding from the UK government pot that was earmarked for improving Chepstow train station. Has he been able to get approval from UK government to use that money? And if he has, when does the Cabinet member expect the tendering process to start to commission that work? Sure.
Thanks, Councillor Pavia. Earlier this year, the UK government, that was before the general election, allocated £5.9 million in support of a range of transport proposals for Chepstow, a range, active travel, a bus turnaround. We responded to that by saying, yes, we can be positive, we can undertake a very large part of the work specified, but we would seek to direct £500,000 of that to a joint study with Gloucestershire, not specifically on the Chepstow bypass, I want to stress this point, but to a study that looked at all options for mobility improvement across the Severn Estuary. We responded to UK government with that, if you like, amendment to the bid and the funding offer. Since the election, that bid has got caught up in the same process of, I believe, hundreds of other funding proposals, funding bids across the United Kingdom, where the new government is looking again at the whole funding envelope and all the outstanding funding proposals. So we wait the results of that review.
Thank you. That concludes the business for today. I thank everybody for their work. I know it's been a very long day. Some of you have been in meetings since at least 9:30 this morning. There's probably somebody out there who's going to say I was there earlier. So what I'm going to say, yes, thanks for your work. Have a safe journey home and, if possible, a restful evening. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.